Hello, and welcome to this, our 207th live stream, The Root of the Problem. This is, of course, a reference to the root word fallacy that we discussed on Monday's teaching video. And if you haven't watched that, go back after the live stream and have a look at it. Okay, let's do a little bit of housekeeping here, and then we'll get into your questions. Okay, the first bit of housekeeping is, buy my book, okay, Reliquary of the Dead. All right, it's a novel, and it'll actually give you a good, nice introduction on archaeology. Now, you could buy this book on Bible and archaeology by Methal Rochelle, which is an excellent book. This is an excellent book, but it's nonfiction. This book is fiction, but will also give you an introduction. Two books that'll give you an introduction on archaeology. One's fun to read, one's very informative. Buy both. Okay. Okay. The other thing is that the sequel to Reliquary of the Dead is now available for pre-order, which is All Stars as Angels. So if you haven't read Reliquary of the Dead, do so, and then buy the sequel. It's less archaeological and more science fiction, but it also tackles some very important issues about artificial intelligence as well. So, with that said, let's get into the rules here of the channel. And then, what do I do with my card here? Huh? Thump them for you, huh? Okay. All right. Super chats have priority. That's true on every YouTube channel. Does not guarantee we'll take your super chat, but it does guarantee we'll see your super chat. Okay? But they do have priority, so don't be surprised at that. We do take non-super chat questions, but you have to begin them with a Q and a colon so that they are directly addressed to us and not to somebody else in the stream. If there's no Q or colon, we don't necessarily see it. Only post your non-super chat once. Question spamming is highly discouraged, and we'll have your question banned for the night. If you reference something in the Bible, we ask that you give us what book it's from, chapter and verse, so we don't have to hunt for it. That just wastes time, and we'll likely just give that question a pass if you do that. We also ask that you only have one question per chat, and that's because question stacking is really impossible to do in a format like this. So one question per chat. Okay, and finally, we do take sponsors' questions. If you do that, we ask that you repeat the question, cut and paste the question into your super chat so that we don't have to hunt for it. Again, this saves us time. So, with that said, let's get into the questions. And actually, the first one we're going to take here is from, let's see here, Clypius. Where is it now? 7. And it actually has to do with the book. And he asks, did you really set up an affiliate link to your own book? Yes, I did. And here's why. Let me show you. First of all, doesn't change the affiliate link does not change the price of the book. The price of the book is the same whether you buy it through an affiliate link or not. But it also, if I don't do the affiliate link, that leaves money on the table. And that's been a sore point with me with Amazon for a while, and here's the reason. All right, here's a graph of how much Amazon and how much books cost today versus just 1 year ago, okay? Now, one of the things you're going to notice here is I've got the two prices here for soft cover and for hardcover. The two bars on the left are for soft cover. The two bars in the middle are for hardcover, and the one on the far right is ebook. Okay. Now, notice this. The blue bar on the bottom is how much it costs. This is the cost for production of the book. Okay? This is how much the publisher charges for publishing the book. The little orange bar above it is the publisher's network fee. Okay, so that's a little tiny piece. That big red bar is how much Amazon takes. And that little green bar on the top is what I get. Now, the mean cost of books in 2014 for a soft cover was $15. Okay? Today, it's $18. Same thing happened with hardcovers. The mean cost of a hardcover in 2024 was $24. $25 maybe. In 2025, it's $30. Okay? What changed is that Amazon changed how much it takes. Okay? In 2024, Amazon would list your posting if you only gave it a 40% discount. Okay, so they get 40%. That changed in early 2025. Amazon now insists that if they list your book, it has to have a 55% discount. That means even though we charge as authors more for the book in 2025, we get less money. A lot less money. Proportionately, we get 30 to 40% less, even though the book is 20% more in cost. So, this is why I did the affiliate link, because I don't want to leave any money on the table for Amazon to take. Unfortunately, this is one of those situations where if you don't list with Amazon, you're invisible. No one knows your book exists. They've got a practical monopoly. So, you either have to play that system or you just get lost. Because the number of books that Amazon publishes as opposed to all the other booksellers combined is vastly disproportionate. So yeah, it was I'm not a big fan of Amazon, okay? But yeah, Amazon gets huge slice. Now, the other booksellers also get that slice too, because Amazon sort of dictates what everybody else gets. So if Amazon demands 40%, everyone else gets 40%. The other booksellers. If Amazon gets 55%, the other booksellers get 55% too, because you can't fractionate it that way, because that would create illegal competition. Okay? So, in the case of setting up an affiliate link, I get, I think, 10 or 15 cents extra. So it's not much. But I don't want to leave even 10 to 15 cents to Amazon if I can help it. Okay? Not if I can get that back. Okay, so it's just one of those things where it's just, yeah, smart. Yeah, it is smart, but you have to be. I mean, there's just not an option there. So, Auroric asks, have you tried getting your books into any bookstores? It's really difficult. The big five publishers have pretty much a locked market on the major bookstores. So unless you've got you're a big with the big five publisher, you really can't. Jackery goes, that's making me want to cancel my pre-order. Don't cancel your pre-order. I mean, look, it's the system and it's the game, and you just don't have an option in it. So I would ask that you not cancel your pre-order, because it's going to be the same everywhere. Okay, And any bookseller is going to do this now because Amazon set the standard. Okay. So, what I would ask is to put a review. Okay. The best way you can help me is to put reviews of my book out there. Okay. On Goodreads, on Amazon, you know, or wherever you sold it. If you or wherever you bought it. If you bought it somewhere else, put a book review there too. Okay. So, Haystack says, I've been requesting it on state online libraries to put it in the queue for purchase. Ask for it everywhere. They write it down on a purchase list, and they will eventually purchase it. That helps, but reviews help more. Okay? Reviews, let me put it this way. For every one review results in about 10 sales. Okay? So it's a 10x factor. So if I get 100 reviews, that means usually about 1,000 sales. You know, right now we have about 5 reviews, and it's resulted in roughly 50 sales, roughly. So for every one review, multiply that review by 10. Okay? So, yeah. Mama says, seriously, reviews sell books. It's really the only thing after the cover that sells a book. Okay? The cover will sell a book first. But after the cover, reviews. Okay? BC asks, how much is the ebook version? I'll buy it to review. It's $5.50. Okay? It's $5.50. Now, Amazon takes 75% of that. Okay? Okay? So they take 55% of the hardcover and the softcover, but they take 75% of the ebook. It's like you can't win. I mean, you'd think, oh, ebook, there's no costs, no publish, no expenses. You know? No, that just gave them an excuse to take more, not less. Yeah, you think, oh yeah, I'm getting a bigger. It works out that I get. Actually, I think I get the most money. Was it out of the soft cover or the hardcover? Soft cover, I think, is what I'm gonna get the most. But just take a look here. I get the most money out of the soft cover, a whopping $2.54. I get the least out of the ebook, which is I get $1.27. PC said, I gotta read that because that is hysterically funny. PC said, Amazon is like lingerie. The less they do, the more it costs. Yeah. Clype asks, have you considered signed copies? I have, and they're prohibitively expensive. Here's the problem. Okay? Canada Post. Now, we also priced this out, too. For signed copy, if the problem is I'm in Canada, and I have to deal not only with the Amazon monopoly, I have to deal with the Canada Post monopoly. Okay? To ship a softcover to the United States costs $14. To ship a hardcover costs $17. The unit cost of the book after it comes through customs and with all the taxes and postage, the hardcover costs me $15 and the softcover costs me $8. This means that by the time I sign the copy and send it back out, it costs me 120% of the softcover cost, or 100 and I think it's 7% of the hardcover cost before anything else. This is why we're starting to think about doing book plates instead. Okay, signed book plates that you can glue in. Okay, because we can mail those, okay? In fact, even for our, I mean, to do the signed copies for our last beta read was like over $100. It was just crazy expensive. Yeah, this wouldn't be a problem. This is also why it wouldn't even be feasible for us to do a website. You know, order it on a website. Jack plate. What is a book plate? A book plate is kind of a small card that you paste inside the front cover of your book. They're often used to say like ex libris, library of such and such. Okay, people do this sometimes to mark their books in their library. So like when they loan them out, people are reminded that it's not their book. Okay. Um, yeah, and you can do it so it has an author signature on it. This is what Sanderson does with his books. He doesn't sign books and mail them out anymore because, again, prohibitively expensive. So what he does is he signs book plates and sends them out, and I think that's a smarter idea, especially in a place like Canada where um, shipping is just so prohibitively expensive. Mama says, bookplate is a small label that can be fixed inside of the book that the author has a signature on it. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So that's what we're going to probably be doing in the future. Is I'll go to a local printer, get some book plates done, and probably start signing those and sending them out instead. So in the case of beta readers, what we'll probably do is we'll probably ship them direct from the publisher and then mail you guys a book plate. Because, again, that last round of beta reader signed copies was just outrageously expensive. We're still learning from that one. It actually costs us a lot less to ship direct from the publisher to somebody in the United States than it is to ship it to me, have me sign it, and send it back. So that's what we're going to be doing from now on for the beta reader program. For the signed copies, is sending you signed book plates and a free copy. We'll still send you the free copy. It'll just be direct from the publisher instead of direct from my house. Okay. So that's what we're doing that's what we'll do for All the Stars as Angels beta readers is send you both a copy and a book plate, but from separate destinations, from locations. Okay. I guess I said again, just the shipping. So we're in a no-win situation here. So we got to use Amazon. We don't have any choice really. It would make no financial sense for us to use someone other than Amazon, even though they're holding us hostage. Okay, so that answers that question. All right, our first second non-super chat question is also from Clypius, and he asks, Moses' staff transformed into, I think he means, did Moses' staff transform into a crocodile in the palace? It only says that it transformed into a serpent, but we're not told what kind of serpent. The word for that is, I think it's tanin, and it's kind of how do I say this? Some text will translate it as a dragon, but it can refer to any snake or lizard. Okay, I don't think it was a crocodile. Okay, I don't think Moses' staff transformed into a crocodile. That would be quite something. Okay. And crocodiles are not very fast, okay? But I'll tell you one lizard that is fast and that does eat snakes is the Nile monitor. My personal opinion is that Moses' staff transformed into a Nile monitor. Now, Nile monitors are all along the Nile. Basically, they live from Africa, all the east coast of Africa down all the way up to the Nile Delta. So they were indigenous. But Nile monitors also eat snakes, and they eat them fast. Snakes don't eat other snakes fast. Snakes eat snakes very slowly. So I don't think, frankly, no one's going to mess with a Nile monitor. Okay. Those lizards will mess you up. Okay. PC, it turned into a stegosaurus. Hey, Can-Am, sure, why not? They're riding dinosaurs? Why not have his staff turn into a stegosaurus? Alexis asks, did Egyptians often practice magic that involved these kinds of transformations? They did. There is actually, I think it's a Papyrus Westcar that talks. There's a discussion about how a magician makes a wax crocodile. Do you remember that story? Yeah. And he throws the wax crocodile over his shoulder, and it transforms into a real crocodile that eats his cheating wife. And this really impresses the king. I don't know why, but you have a magic user here just committing murder, but hey, that's okay. Emily Tedescu says, I've seen footage. Oopsie. I've seen footage of a Komodo dragon feeding. They don't mess around. Oh, no. Big lizards don't. No, they certainly don't mess around. Yeah. Yeah, stay away from them. That's the way. Yeah. Darkblade snake, the way snakes eat is weird. Unhinging their bottom jaw or something? Yeah. Oh yeah, they can distend their bottom jaw. But they're very slow eaters. It takes them time to swallow. That's not something, that Pharaoh's gonna wait around to watch. The fact is that, in the scene where the staff transforms into a serpent and then eats the other snakes, it's gonna take time for a snake to eat one snake, let alone a half dozen of them. Okay? Snakes don't eat other snakes like popcorn. They take their time. An hour and a half passes. Is he done eating the snakes yet? Yeah, I don't think that's good. I don't think that's feasible. Just saying. But a Nile monitor is certainly feasible. Certainly feasible. Okay. Next question here is from Adrian Rodriguez. And he asks, did Samson get his strength from his hair or from the Lord or both? Judges 16, 19 to 18. All right, let's talk about that. Pull up the passage first. And read this better. Okay, Judges 16, 19 to 20. Okay, and this is talking about Delilah, and she made him sleep on her knees and called for a man and had him shave off his 7 locks of hair, and she began to inflict him, and his strength left him. And she said, the Philistines are upon you, Samson. And he awoke from his sleep and said, I will go out as other times and shake myself free. But he did not know that the Lord had departed from him. Okay, it's right here in verse 20. The Lord had departed from him. Here's the thing. Samson's strength did not come from not shaving his hair. Okay, it came from the Nazarene vow. And the Nazarene vow was what God used as the sign that, hey, Samson, you're on my side. Okay? So Samson's strength came from the Nazarene vow. Okay? Not from the ordinances of the vow itself, but that God had blessed Samson with supernatural power because he had kept the Nazarite vow from an infant. Now, there are three provisions of the Nazarite vow. First provision is, well, like the text suggests here, don't shave your head. Or don't shave your hair. Don't cut your hair, okay? So that's part of the Nazarite vow. Second part is don't eat of the fruit of the vine. No raisins, no wine, nothing like that. You don't get that. Okay? No raisin cakes. No. Raisins are off the list for you. Okay? Anything made with grapes is off the list for you. Okay? The third provision of the Nazarite vow is that you maintain ritual purity. Okay? You have to keep yourself ritually pure. And Samson failed to do that when he encountered the corpse of the lion, took the honey, ate some, which is now ritually unclean. He's touched the corpse, and then he gave it to his parents too. Nice guy. So he had done broken all three provisions of the Nazarite vow. Okay, he broke the Nazarite vow, the drinking of wine when he went to the wedding, the Philistine wedding. Okay, because you drink at weddings. That's part of the toast. It's required you drink at a Jewish wedding. So he broke that portion of the Nazarite vow. And then he ritually unclean, as we just said. And then finally, Delilah had cut his hair. That was the third and final provision of the Nazarite vow. And at that point, he was no longer a Nazarite. Because he was no longer a Nazarite, the presence of the Lord departed from him. And it's that point, when the presence of the Lord departed from him, he lost the blessings of that presence too. Okay? So, it's not from his hair. It's, people always get that wrong. People think it's about his hair. Because of everything, because the presence of the Lord hadn't gone away until that point. But that's the final straw. That's the straw that broke the camel's back. Okay? But he had done a lot of other things leading up to that too. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, super chats. First super chat of the night here is from Rorik, who asks a member question. What are your thoughts on the likelihood of St. Thomas traveling to India to spread the gospel there? I think they're pretty good, actually. We don't have actually a lot. It used to be that this was thought to be the least likely hagiographic account. And when we talk about hagiography, it's like the accounts of the saints. Okay, the lives of the saints. That's hagiography. Okay. But archaeology, one of the things that was a detail that was combined with the St. Thomas story was that it's connected to the names of two kings. And it was the names of those two kings that were highly disputed in the 19th century. Highly disputed. It was thought that these were just nonsense names that never existed in reality. Well, there was an excavation, I think it was done in the 1960s, where excavators found two coins with the names of these kings. And suddenly, this whole scholarly opinion about the Thomas traveling to India flipped on its head from being considered one of the least likely apostleship stories to one of the most likely of apostleship stories. So, I think it's pretty good, and actually most, say, patristic scholars now place this as a credible account. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Gloria. Gotta love those 19th century scholars. Yep. Oh, yeah. Hey, people still cling to them. People still cling to them. All right, next one here is from Joseph for $2. Thank you, Joseph, for the super chat. Was God's presence in the second temple? Yes. Yes, it was. Okay, now, how do we know God's presence was in the second temple? Now, one of the things we have to understand about how God's presence worked was when the Ark of the Covenant moved into the temple, the Shekinah glory left from between the wings of the ark and filled the Holy of Holies of the temple. And it pretty much stayed there. Now, we do have one account, I believe it's in Ezekiel, or is it maybe Isaiah, where as Israel is sinning, God is starting to make his way out of the temple before the temple is ultimately destroyed. But when the temple is reconsecrated, the Shekinah glory does return to the temple. Now, what this means, though, is even though we don't have, say, a lot of, say, the more interesting accounts that we had pre-Babylon of the presence of the Lord in the first temple, one of the things that we would use as evidence for the presence of God in the second temple is the tearing of the veil. When Christ is crucified, the veil on the temple is torn. And that tearing of the veil is an indication that God's presence has now left the Holy of Holies and entered the world. So that's an indication that the God's presence was in the second temple. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. Okay. Super chat here. Was Mom's comment addressed to us or someone else? I'm assuming someone else. Okay. Ryan goes, tearing of the veil related to tearing of clothing? Yeah, it is. Well, the veil was made of wool. Okay? It was made of wool. So the veil is a cloth veil that went around the Holy of Holies. So yeah, a lot of temples had these sort of veils. So it wasn't that the Israelite temple was alone in this. Egyptian temples had these veils as well. And you just put them around certain holy shrines. Pull machine. Gotta love that Shekinah glory. Oh, yeah. but Julius Wells Helen said, "Yep, me." Yeah, he hasn't aged well. Just saying. Okay. Next super chat here is from Daniel for $5. Thank you for the super chat. If you were to write a Exodus commentary, what would your funding goal be? That's a great question. But in some ways, it's not quite the right question. Now, when we did the Exodus, the 10 Plagues book, or we were trying to get funding for that, we had set a goal for $50,000. And the reason why was I wasn't deriving an income yet from the channel. Okay, so it was one of those situations where I would have had to quit a day job and use that as basically my whole subsistence. Nowadays, I do derive an income from the channel, so I wouldn't need $50,000 anymore. But the major problem with a commentary is actually not the funding. The problem with a commentary is the publishing aspect of this. Now, independent commentaries don't do very well. There's a reason why commentaries are often published in series. by the big publishers. The series provides its own marketing tool that publishers use to sell their commentaries. So to get sort of the access to, say, so that your commentary sells well, it almost has to be part of a commentary set. And that requires access to a publisher, which usually requires that you have a academic position somewhere. Okay? Because basically commentary publishers don't really like publishing books from independent scholars. Just saying. Okay? So there's that aspect of this where an Exodus commentary will probably not do that great, even though I could. I mean, in theory, I could independently publish it. I certainly have, done independent publishing now with this, and I wouldn't be afraid of doing it for a nonfiction book. I just happen to know that doing commentaries are some of the most difficult books to market. Okay, and yeah, yeah, and yeah, and this is one of the reasons why the quality of commentaries recently hasn't been so great either, because it's become kind of a, how do I say this, a publishing cash cow. Okay, people who write commentaries do very well on them if they can get into that publishing marketplace. Okay, but that's the problem, and this is why you also have, say, I've always, this is something that's always bothered me about commentary writers. You'll get a guy who specializes in one particular book, and he does very, very well on that one book, that commentary on the one book. But then they'll ask him to do commentaries on a lot of other biblical books that he's not so competent at. And this is what's led to sort of a degrading of the quality of commentaries in general. So, while I'd love to write a book commentary on Exodus, the problem is going to be finding the publisher, really. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But that's the reason why I haven't done an Exodus commentary. It's not funding, it's more publishing and marketing opportunities. Okay. Next one here. My studio has decided to crash once again. And bring my studio back here so I can see what's going on. All right. Okay, next thing is 18 Ministries for $1.99. What is a parish? A parish is a district that's overseen by a pastoral authority. That's what it is, essentially. It's how, essentially, say, large churches, large denominations like Roman Catholicism sort of divide territory. Okay? So that's really what it is in a nutshell. There's nothing really special about it. So a parish is basically a territory in the church that's overseen by a priest. Yeah, you also see this done in it's also sometimes the word sometimes used as, like, for a political territory as well. Like in New Orleans, Louisiana, political districts are called parishes too. Okay? And in that case it's overseen by a politician. Okay? But that's essentially what it is. It's kind of territory. So it is kind of a weird term. It's a very outdated term. Clypeus says a parish is a French city. Yeah. They actually call where I live here, the local Roman Catholic Church, St. Patrick's, calls this area a parish. Okay, but it's not French. It's not French. Okay.
No, they were Irish.
Oh yeah, they were Irish, but this area was never Irish. This area was British. British Columbia. Haha, get the joke? No, it's not a very funny one. Gloria says because that city would be under the local church. Yeah. Um, but it's also though that it's not just a local city, but it's like a sub district. So, like for example, I think there's something like a dozen parishes in like the Chicago area. So it's not just a local city. It's a district. So okay. Next one here is from AT Ministries for 4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What's something you wish people knew more about the crucifixion and Christ's passion? Things that I wish they knew more about the crucifixion and Christ's passion. Yeah, it really involved nails. I mean, we've had to do this recently. I mean, there was a recent Christianity Today article that basically said, "quote Evangelical scholar says they didn't use nails in the crucifixion, but Christ was just tied to a pole." I was like, "Oh no, 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 no!" John says, when Thomas, sees the risen Lord, he says, "I won't believe unless I put my hands in the nail scars." Now, actually, the way the Romans did nails was really interesting. It was really interesting, because it wasn't just a nail, and I think this is super interesting. They actually used a washer. One of the things was that people were thinking that, okay, how does Christ, how do people, be nailed on the cross without the nails slipping out? Well, the Romans used washers. They would use these wooden discs about 1.5 inches, 2 inches across, and they would actually, when they nailed the guy to be crucified, they would put a washer over the nail and then nail it in so it wouldn't pop out. They thought about this. I'm getting some weird looks from the producer. But they did use nails. And there is actually a bone of a ankle bone of a crucified man from the first century, and there was a nail stuck in his ankle from the crucifixion. They couldn't remove the nail because as the Romans were driving it in, it bent. So yes, I wish people would understand that yes, nails were really used here. Okay, what does "it is finished" means? Clypeus, what does "it is finished" means? The word here is tetelestai. It's a kind of a banking term. It's something that's used on, say, when a debt's paid in full. Okay, so it's one of the more enigmatic statements because Christ, when he uses this, I mean, he could have used a different term just to say it's over, but "it is finished" has a different connotation. It's more that The purpose has been served. Because this is where we get say the word teleology from. Teleology is the idea of purposes, ends or purposes. Okay? Like you buy a car. The purpose of it is to travel. That's its end and its telos, is to get you from one location to the other. Not just to look good in your driveway. Okay? So when Christ uses this tetelestai, he is highly inferring that there was a purpose to his crucifixion, and that purpose was served, finished, completed at the cross. So that's what "it is finished" means. That tetelestai. It is the idea that Christ's crucifixion had purpose. It had meaning. There was some value and function to him being crucified, which is the payment of sins. Okay? So that's what "it is finished" means. And I hope that helps. Very much appreciate it. Emily Tedesco asks, does it have a connection to Thummim? No, it doesn't. Thummim is a Hebrew word, but we're not really sure what Thummim means. In fact, I did a whole video on the Urim and Thummim. So, Thummim is a very controversial word anyway, because it doesn't have any analogs in Semitic languages, but it's clearly a Hebrew word. Okay. So, let's go on the next one here. 18 ministers for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. If we traveled back in time to see Eve in the garden, what do you think Satan would have looked like? An angel. He would have looked like an angel. Now, what does an angel look like? Well, that's going to depend. So, is he are we talking about one of these? He's a spirit critter. Especially, he's a spirit critter. What does a spirit critter look like embodied? With a simulacral body? Are we talking about the many-winged, many-eyed beast here? Are we talking about a spirit critter that looks like a woman with two wings? What are we talking about here as far as what does it look like? Because here's the thing, when a human being looks at a spirit critter, the mind tends to fill in what it expects to see. Okay? It's kind of like people who have to see a ghost. Their mind sort of fills in what they expect to see. That doesn't negate there being a real spiritual presence there. But the human mind has to be able to relate to that spirit presence in some way by filling in the gaps. Okay? So if we went back into time to the Garden of Eden and had a look at Satan, what we would perceive might be very different than what Eve perceived. Okay? Eve might have perceived something that looked very serpentine. We might perceive something that looks like it came out of the book of Ezekiel with 4 heads and 6 wings and all that stuff. Or might perceive something different again. So it's going to depend. But we are really talking about a spirit critter here. Because we are dealing with spirit critters, the mind is going to have to play a large role in what is perceived. So, hey Rob, how's it going? So, it's a difficult question to answer because a lot of that question is going to depend on human perception. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. Okay, next one for $1.99 from 18 Ministries. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Dr. Sijuwade's model of the Trinity? Okay. He's got a weird model of the Trinity. Now, he claims to be monarchical monotheist, but the way he describes it's very strange. He basically says that there's one divine entity, okay, that are expressed as tropes. Okay? So you have the trope of the Father, and the trope of the Son, and the trope of the Holy Spirit. So, and the trope of the Father is not the same as the trope of the Son. The trope of the Son is not the same as the Holy Spirit. And the trope of the Holy Spirit is not the same as the Father. Okay? Now, here's the problem I have with it. It really skirts the line of modalism. Okay? It really skirts that line. I don't think the model is really monarchical monotheist. I think the model is really more along the lines of modalist. Okay? Because it has one divine essence. Okay? That is playing the role of the Father. Another divine essence that's playing, or the same divine essence that's playing the role of the Son, and the same divine essence that's playing the role of the Holy Spirit. And that the roles are distinct, but the essence is not does not contain prima facie the three hypostases. Okay. So I think it's a valiant attempt at trying to resolve the Trinitarian issue of of how do you have hypostases without partialism, but I don't think it's successful. Okay. Jack Ray says, sounds like a modalist is playing the role of a Trinitarian. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me too. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. Is yeah, it's essentially the essence wearing different hats. Now, unlike say pure modalism, where you have hat switching, where the Father puts on one half and then he switches to the Son putting on one half and then switches to the Holy Spirit putting on a different hat. He's wearing all three hats at the same time. Okay? So yes. Yeah, Harry Stark asks, is modalism a heresy? Absolutely, modalism is a heresy. There's no question about it. The triune God is three persons are the one God. Okay? So you have the three persons eternally existent within the divine essence of the Father. So this is the problem with Sijuwade's model here, is that you've got one essence that's sort of playing three different roles at the same time, but they're not unique personalities. They're playing tropes. So the personality of the Father is the same as the personality of the Son. He's just playing a different trope. Oh, yeah, I don't think it's a good analogy. Darkblade asks, "What do you think of William Lane Craig's Cerberus analogy?" I think it's a weak analogy. I think it's a weak analogy. You're then starting to get into that whole partialism thing. It's partialism without being partial. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely it's going to remain mystery. Emily asks, says, please don't tell me William Lane Craig compared Trinity to Cerberus. Oh yeah, well.
One dog.
One dog, three heads, yeah. Yeah, but one dog. The three heads are the one dog.
It it's really difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult to find a good analogy for this. Okay, and I think that's the problem with how people fall into some of these heresies is they try to provide an analogy and it just isn't going to work.
That's very
Harry Stark asks, is monarchical Trinitarianism a heresy or orthodoxy? It's orthodoxy. It's definitely orthodoxy. Because monarchical Trinitarianism is does not have to be tritheism. Okay? And that's the thing is, if you're talking about it being one God with three persons, it can be orthodox. Okay? If you're talking about it being, say, what's sometimes called social Trinitarianism, then that's tritheism. So it depends exactly what you mean by monarchical Trinitarianism. Okay? You have to be very, very clear on your terminology here. Jack Ray says monarchical Trinitarian monarchism, that's different. Yeah. Tries to clarify the relationship is between the persons rather than redefining the persons. Yeah, monarchism is different than monarchical. Okay. That's Trinitarian monarchism almost sort of gets into social Trinitarianism at that point. So okay. Let's move on here to the next one here. 18 Ministries here for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Would you say only the Father is God and the Son and Spirit are divine persons of one substance with the Father, or the three persons are the one God? Why? I would say the three persons are the one God. Okay? Now, here's what I don't like about this whole idea. Now, there was a shift in terminology. We got to be kind of careful about this. Okay? During the days of the New Testament, when someone talked about God, they were talking about the Father. Okay? That's what they were talking about. Okay? But they didn't talk about the Son and the Spirit as divine persons. Okay? These are things that are basically having to be reconciled by the church fathers after the writing of the New Testament. Okay? So with that in mind, they're looking at the scriptures and then trying to reconcile, well, God is one, the Father is God, with the Son is God, and the Spirit is God. Okay? So because they're trying to reconcile it at that point, they're trying to come up with ways to how did this happen? And this is why early, say, Christian doctrine tends to be more along the lines of, say, the doctrine of eternal generation, as opposed to, say, Athanasian Trinitarianism. Now, let me define the two. Okay? With the doctrine of eternal generation, it's a way to how to explain how the God of the Old Testament, which was one, became three in the New Testament. Okay? Now, what the church fathers are going to say is that before time began, the substance of the Son spun off from the substance of the Father, and the substance of the Holy Spirit, the essence of the Holy Spirit, spun off from the substance of the Father. And that the three persons are the one God, being co-equal in essence and form, and personhood and all that. Okay? So, now, this does raise the question of aseity. Okay? Under the doctrine of eternal generation, does the Son and the Spirit have aseity, that is self-sufficiency, apart from the Father? Okay. And that's a hard question for the people in Eastern Orthodoxy to answer, because it does lead to the conclusion that without the Father, the Son and Spirit don't have a deity. Okay? But on the other hand, if you take, say, the Athanasian view of this, God was always three persons. There was never a time when he wasn't three persons, and because there was never a time when he wasn't three persons, all three have a deity, even though they're one essence. So I tend to lean towards Athanasian Trinitarianism. Okay, I don't lean towards the doctrine of eternal generation. I think it's got too many problems. Even the whole, well, he was three persons before time began, being spun off before time. Well, then you've got an event happening before the beginning of time and outside of time itself. So you have an event before an event, before events were possible. That's a temporal difficulty. There's also the whole issue that once you have God spinning off his essence in that way, then what you get is it sort of self-defeats. It becomes a self-defeating proposition, because the whole reason you have that explanation is to explain how God was one in the Old Testament, but three in the New Testament. But by making that claim, well, God was already three in the Old Testament, because he was that before time began. So it becomes a self-defeating proposition. So I think the Athanasian view is vastly superior, and that's why I hold to that over, say, the eternal generation view. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. Clypius, is the Trinity a logical necessity? I think so, and here's why. There's a philosophical problem about the goodness of God. Okay? The idea is that how can God be good prior to the creation? Okay, there's no creation. How can God be good if it's only him out there? The Trinity solves this problem, because goodness then is expressed to each other in the Trinity. So you have the Father being good to the Son, Son being good to the Father, Father and Son being good to the Holy Spirit, etc. Okay, so it does solve a problem about how God can be good before there was a creation. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. 18 messages for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How come the Athanasian Creed is not authoritative for our or Eastern Orthodox brethren? Well, it is. It is definitely authoritative. That creed, as well as the Apostles' Creed, the Nicene Creed, and the Chalcedon Creed, are authoritative for the Eastern Orthodox. Now, with that said, they don't recite it in the churches. Okay? The three creeds of Christendom is part of the apostolic tradition. So, they do hold to the Athanasian Creed. They just don't recite it. Okay? They do not recite the Nicene Creed. So it is it is part of the tradition of the faith. Okay? Just some people don't know it. Okay?
Pretty much every Catholic.
Okay? Yeah. Well, they do hold to it on... Here's the thing. The Eastern Orthodox hold to the Athanasian Creed, but they reinterpret it. So what they do is they will interpret it in light of eternal generation. And one of the things about Athanasius is he often couched things in eternal generation terms because he was dealing with semi-Arians. Okay? Most of the people at the Council of Nicaea were semi-Arians. They believed in the doctrine of eternal generation. So it was political for Athanasius to couch things in that semi-Aryan term, even though he believed something else. And you get that through church history, where people will couch things in certain ways because it's just political to do so. Darkboy goes, from what I heard, the Oriental Orthodox, a different thing, left after Chalcedon. Yes, they did. I suspect they might not have the Chalcedonian Creed. Yeah, the Oriental Orthodox don't accept the Chalcedonian Creed. Okay. And neither does a lot of Protestantism. Okay. But, which is unfortunate because it's a really good creed. It's a really solid creed. So the council, the creed of the Council of Chalcedon is a really good creed, really important creed. But the Oriental Orthodox don't accept it, and neither do many Protestant denominations. But there's also no doubting too that, say, those four creeds were part of the early church. So too many Marys. But the Athanasian Creed is considered to be pseudepigraphal and only Western. It's also very early, too. Okay? The problem is, prior to the 11th century, it was just one church. It was just one church. And the Orthodox Church generally accepts traditions, even Western traditions, that are early. So yeah, that's it is pseudepigraphal, but it's also consistent with the writings of Athanasius. So okay. 18 Ministries for $9.99. Too many Marys. It really wasn't circulating in the East. Yes, it was circulating in the East. Everything circulate. Here's one of the things I think we need to understand about the way the early church worked. The early church really leveraged its postal system. Okay, the Romans had a fantastic postal system. I mean, we talk about Roman roads. The Roman roads were nothing compared to its postal system. The postal system of the Roman Empire was the most efficient postal system for probably would be over 1,000 years. Okay? So, I mean, after the fall of the Roman Empire, the postal system in Europe was never the same until recently. Okay? And even that's debatable if recently is better. Okay? But one of the things is, even though things were written in the West, they made it to the East. All right? We have to remember that say Eastern Orthodox accepts the writings of Irenaeus as part of their tradition. Well, Irenaeus wrote from Lyon, France. Okay? He wrote from France, the Roman province. Okay? And somehow that still made it into Eastern Orthodoxy as part of their tradition. PC better than Canada Post? Well, certainly a lot cheaper than Canada Post. Oh. Ooh. Athanasius was exiled to Gaul. His writing still made it into the East. Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah. Jack Ray, there are Roman soldiers who wrote in Britain sent to, I think, Rome asking for socks. Hey, socks matter. You're wearing Roman sandals out in the British snow. Yeah, you want socks. Yeah. I mean, Athanasius wrote from Gaul. You know, he's from Germany. He's in the Roman province of Germany, in exile. His writings still make it to the East. Mama, come to America. We have water buffalo cheese. I would love to come to America, especially after this last election. Of course, if we succeed from Canada, we might be American yet.
Oh, no, what's the talking? Serious.
Dossman, isn't Gaul France? It might be. I don't know. I thought it was Germany, but hey, what do I know? Is it France? Okay. If it's France, it's France. It's post interesting. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, but Athanasius was exiled to Gaul and still managed to send his missives back. So, yeah, the thing that's preventing me from coming to emigrating to the United States is a sponsor. That's essentially what's preventing me. Is I don't have sponsorship, financial sponsorship. Okay, yeah, basically a financial guarantor. If I was to get a green card, I'd need a financial guarantor, and I don't have that. That's essentially if I can't pay my bills, that they agree to compensate the U.S. government. Should I have to go on the dole, which is, since I'm self-employed anyway, it's not an issue, but they still insist on that. Darkblade, wait, after our election or your country's election? My country's election. All right. Let's move on to the next super chat here. 18 ministries for 999. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do the events of Terah living in Urkesh to Abraham fighting Hammurabi make sense within the biblical narrative? I feel like the time window is pretty close between the two events during Hammurabi's reign. They are pretty close, okay? And they're not necessarily in the same order, but they are very, very close. So, you know, there's going to be some maybe some chronological issues there, but again, I'd have to look into this in more detail. Okay. Now we do Terah leaving Urkesh happens during the reign of Zimri Lim, and that's like in the first half of Hammurabi's reign, whereas say Abraham fighting Hammurabi would be in the latter half of the reign. So yeah, there is a time, the time window is pretty close, but again, we can't take a lot of those, say, how long Abraham sojourned in Haran, you know, necessarily at face value either. Okay, so yeah, they are close, but again, it's one of those things where, you know, dates on the calendar may not be as they appear. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. 18 ministers for 199. Is an adoptionistic Christology anachronistic? There are I don't like the whole adoptionistic Christology, because it does lead to a low Christology and basically a social Trinitarianism. And this is what sort of I think um is problematic about adoptionism. Adoptionism almost implies a low Christology. And a low Christology is basically saying that Christ was born fully human, but not God. Christ lived a perfect life. He was adopted by God and then deified. So what you end up having is a ditheism. And really a lower created God. And this just sort of degrades into Arianism. So yeah. A Dark Blade goes, I don't care if it's anachronistic or not. Heresy is still heresy. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the problem is adoptionism is really a heresy. It's really a heresy. And it's a heresy of low Christology. So also sounds a bit like Greek apotheosis. That's what it is essentially. It is essentially Greek apotheosis. It's basically Christ being a human being that was made a god. Okay, next one here. From 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Why is the Old Testament so underrated? Because people aren't careful readers. Okay? That's really what it is. So when they read the Old Testament, they read it in a very simplistic way. They read it in a way that sort of focuses on, say, the violence. That God of the Old Testament is an angry God. He's a vicious God. He's a God of judgment and wrath. They basically read it like Marcion did. Essentially, yeah, there's a lot of modern Marcionism floating around. And basically, Marcion taught in the first century, so this is not a new view by any stretch of the imagination. Marcion taught that there was you had a God of the Old Testament who is pretty evil. Okay? And Jesus Christ is the new God of the New Testament, and he's a good God. So people tend to read the Old Testament through Marcionite eyes. Well, that wasn't Marcionism, but I don't think. But yeah. So people tend to view the Old Testament as being that old nasty God being sort of overthrown by that New Testament God of love. Well, okay. Harry Stark, have people read the Book of Revelation? No, they haven't, and they certainly didn't understand it. Yes, there's a lot of wrath going on in the Book of Revelation. Just saying. Oh, yeah. Well, Emily nails it here. Jesus is the same God of the Old Testament. Yeah. Well, the thing is, too, that the God of the Old Testament is also as loving and as gracious as Jesus Christ. You know, like for example, in God's appearance to Moses, you know, he says to Moses, to those who hate me, I will revisited that upon their children to the third or fourth generation. But for those who love me, I will be gracious to them to the 1,000th generation. You know, he's much more loving than he is wrathful. So, and that's Old Testament. That's Old Testament for you. So, you know, that whole loving kindness, you know, I will show my grace and loving kindness to the 1,000th generation. Yeah. So yeah, it's the same God. Same God, but that's why it's underrated, because it's difficult for people to read. It's difficult for them to understand. It's longer, and it tends to be read in very simplistic terms. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for 199. What does Deuteronomy 12:15 mean? All right, let's pull up our Bibles and find out. Deuteronomos 12:15. Okay. And the text says, however, you may slaughter and eat within any of your gates whatever you desire according to the blessing of the Lord your God, which he has given you. The clean and the unclean may eat of it, as of the gazelle and the deer. Okay. Now, let's talk about here what's an issue here is what is meant by the clean and the unclean may eat of it. Okay. That's going to be what's the issue here, is what do we mean here by the clean and the unclean? Now, a sloppy reader would say that this is clean and unclean animals. That's a sloppy reading. A careful reading would look at may eat of it. Okay? So, it's basically saying that you can eat whatever you sort of kill on your property, slaughter your animals, the clean and the unclean people may eat of that food. Okay? So this is not talking about, say, ritual meat. Okay? This is talking about, say, how do you sustain yourself? How do you feed yourself? Okay. If you've got an animal on your property within your gates, you don't have to do anything special to butcher it for food. And people who are ritually clean and people who are ritually unclean may eat inside your property. Yeah, okay, that seems pretty straightforward, but people do sort of mess this up. So, okay, so that's what the passage means here, is that you're free within your property to eat as you so desire. Okay, within the certain strictures of, say, the ritual law. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next question is also from AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. How are begotten of and proceeding from different? Okay. We are talking here of basically nuances in terminology. Okay. Now, the term begotten can mean to procreate. Okay? But it doesn't necessitate procreation. We do have certain passages that use the Hebrew word to beget, which is yeled, and they are used sometimes to indicate a non-direct genetic relationship. For example, a grandfather can beget a grandson. Now, he's not doing it directly, he's doing it indirectly. So there is that connotation of relationship. So begotten is often, as I said, used in terms of procreation, but it doesn't necessitate it. Proceeding also has various nuances. Okay? To proceed can either be to be sent, like Dark Blades. So Adam begot me is technically correct. Yeah, it is technically correct. Yep, that is technically correct. Now, proceeding also has its nuances. As I said, you can either proceed as in the spinning off of a substance. So this would be called a procession. Okay, where the essence of the Father proceeds or processes a spinning off of its substance to have form a hypostasis. Okay. So in that sense, that's one way to say proceed. But proceed can also mean to send. Okay. So it can mean either, and the particular nuance is going to depend on the text, just like the nuance of begotten is going to depend on the text. So they mean, there's some overlap in meaning between the two, but they're not exactly the same. One does imply a relationship. The first one, like the begotten, does imply that there is some sort of relationship, either adopted or declared or even just, genetic. Whereas, say, proceeding may or may not have a direct relationship as such. Okay. So hope that helps. You're now getting into the terminology of the creeds with this, and there's some deep waters there. Okay. Okay. 80 Ministers for 199. Thoughts on the Filioque? My thoughts on the Filioque are the Orthodox are correct on this, but for the wrong reasons. Okay? Okay. I think the Orthodox are correct about the Filioque, but not for the reasons they state. Okay? Here's what the Filioque is. It's a section in the Creed that says the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. Okay. The reason why the Orthodox say the Filioque is wrong is because they believe that the substance of the Spirit eternally generated from the substance of the Father. Okay. So that's their reasoning here. The substance of the Spirit did not eternally generate from Father and Son, but from the Father alone. All right. That's the reasoning. I don't think it's correct, but that's the reasoning. Now, why do I think the Filioque is wrong? It's because the Christ said that the Father will send you a comforter. Okay? So the text seems to imply that it's the Father sending the comforter at the behest of the Son. Okay? So I think it's I think the Orthodox overthink this. Clypeus, hopefully not by Canada Post. Oh yeah, if it was by Canada Post, it'd never get there. Never get there. I've had so much late mail from Canada Post. A lot of lost mail too. Ooh, it would never arrive. Never arrive, man. Yeah, not good. Not good at all, Dossman. Clypeus, it would never arrive. Nope, definitely not. Okay, so those are my my thoughts on the Filioque. Okay. Essentially, the Eastern Orthodox are right on this, but for the wrong reasons. Clypeus, your Pentecost has been delivered. Yeah. 5 years late. It's not 50 days after the resurrection's 5 years. That's how Canada Post would deliver the Pentecost. Not good. Not good at all. Yeah, then they'd leave it out on the balcony. All right. AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Deuteronomy 11:10. How do you water seed with your feet? Oh, okay, let's talk about that. Deuteronomy 11:10. The text says, "For the land into which you are entering to possess it is not like the land of Egypt where you came from, where you used to sow your seed and water it with your foot like a vegetable garden. But The land in which you are about to cross to possess it, a land of hills and valleys, drinks water from the rain of heaven. Okay, here's what's going on. Okay? In the Levant, it rains. It rains a lot. Okay? At least in good years it does. Okay? So your plants get watered by the rain. Okay? In Egypt, it doesn't rain. At least not very often. So to get the water to your plants, you have to use canals. The Nile is distributed via canals into the farmers' fields, and then from there, you have to get the water to your crops. And what you do is you make little channels for the water with your feet. So you're essentially stomping channels with your feet to move the water from the canals to your crops. Okay? So, Clypeus, what? You mean the Levant is not conducive for the long-term survival of organic documents? No, it's not. That's why they don't find many organic documents in Israel. Mama, cool. Old school irrigation. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're talking about here in verse 10 is old school irrigation. Yeah. You've got a river, which you take water off of it into canals, and then you move the water by making little channels with your feet. Yep. Bubble machine. Opposite day Minecraft garden rules. Jonathan Walker, were shovels considered unclean or something? Laugh out loud. They were considered expensive. Expensive. Okay. Now they did have some hoes. Basically, some of them did make channels with hose, but if you couldn't afford that, there's still your feet. Yeah, shovels are expensive. Metal tools cost money, a lot of money, and we don't sort of. I mean, we have so much metal these days, we don't think about the price of metal. But back then, bronze was the metal they had, and it was exceptionally expensive. I mean, if you were wealthy, you had a hoe. And if you weren't, well, you had your feet. You do see some pictures of say Pharaoh creating a canal, a little water channel with a hoe, like for example in the Scorpion Mace Head. But that was expensive. Your typical dirt farmer didn't have that, so they had to use other things. So yeah. Jonathan Walker, I know times can be rough, but never thought about digging with feet trough. Tough, yeah. Yeah, but that's the way. Oh yeah, well people do that naturally when gardening anyway. I mean most people have like beds for their plants and then a walkway beside it. You know? That walkway can serve as a watering channel. So yeah, that's what people used to do. So basically, what the passage here is saying is they're going to a land where they don't have to do that anymore, where rain will just come and water their crops naturally. Yeah, our balcony gets watered all the time. Okay. Next one here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What does Mark 9:49 mean? Okay, let's pull that up. Mark. $9.49. All right. Now, let's go back a bit here because it's actually part of a bigger pericope of here the sermon. And we'll actually start here. We won't go to the little ones, but let's start here at your hand, okay? The hand cutting off. All right. Verse 43. And if your hand causes you to stumble, cut it off. This is a Sermon on the Mount. It is better for you to enter life crippled than have your two hands to go to hell with into unquenchable fire. And if your foot causes you to stumble, cut it off. It's better for you to enter life lame, having 2 feet, than to be cast in hell. And if your eye causes you to stumble, cast it out. It is better for you to enter the kingdom of God with 1 eye than having 2 eyes to be cast in hell, where the worm does not die and the fire is not quenched. For everyone will be salted with fire. Salt is good, but if the salt becomes unsalty, with what shall you make it salty again? Have salt in yourselves and be at peace with one another. Now, this whole expression, for everyone will be salted with fire, okay, is what's at issue here. Okay, this means it's sort of a mixed metaphor of burnt offerings. Okay, burnt offering. This is offering language. It's the idea that you can, when a burnt offering is made, it's salted. Okay, you treat the offering with salt, and then you burn it. Okay. So the idea here is a good offering is both salted and tested with fire. Okay, so all of this, all your deeds, essentially, this is a way of saying that your deeds will be judged. Your deeds will be tested. Another, if you want a clear example of this, 1 Corinthians 3 does a really good job of this, where it talks about how every man's work will be tested with fire. Those who build with stubble, straw, their work will be burnt up. But those who build with precious stones and precious metals, their work will survive, and they'll be rewarded. And 1 Corinthians 3 goes into what happens with, say, believers who waste their lives, essentially. You know, the ones who waste their lives, they might be saved, but they're not going to get any rewards because their work was tested with fire and found wanting. And those who did well, who did the good works for the kingdom, their work survives and they get rewarded because of it. Okay, so here it's a similar sort of passage here in Mark chapter 9, where it's talking about, people who basically sin and follow that sin. And, Christ is saying it's better if you didn't have all this aptitude for sin, because and go, it's not good for you to have all this aptitude for sin and still end up in hell. And he's just warning you, hey, you know what? If you sin, and he's not saying you should go around and cut off your hands and your feet and your eyes, he's not saying that. He's saying live a salted life, a life that's purified, because you're going to be tested with fire. The salt here is purification. It's internal purification. It's basically following the way of righteousness. Okay? And if you follow the way of righteousness, when your works are tested by fire, they'll survive. And it says this in verse 50. Salt is good, but if the salt becomes unsalty, that means it loses its efficacy. With what will you have to make it salty again? This again is that metaphor of salt, rock salt. As I've described before, what they would do is they didn't separate the salt from the rock. They basically sold the salt in a rock form, and there'd be pebbles in it. What you'd do is you'd put it in a little mesh cloth, and then you'd just dip it in your soup, and you have now salted soup. Well, you can only do that so many times, and they would use that bag of salt, but you can only do that so many times before all the salt finally leaches out. And then at that point, salt becomes unsalty, and you're just left with pebbles, and those pebbles get thrown away. So, Mama, I mean, your life is either in the Book of Life or it isn't. I don't think there's an appendix A anywhere. Clypeus, I feel the rock salt comes up in every stream. Well, it comes up frequently because people ask about it a lot. And this is just one example here where it's just come up again. So it's it's, as I say, it's part of ritual terminology. It's part of that whole burnt offering terminology. It's also part of a culinary terminology as well. So yeah. It's one thing that it comes up frequently, and that's the reason why. Because people don't understanding it. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Deuteronomy 10, 6-8. The Levites start carrying the ark after Aaron's death. Who did so before? Levites. Let's get to the passage here, and we'll talk about this. Deuteronomy chapter 10, verses 6-8. All right, and it says the sons of Israel set up from Beroth Bene Jaakan to Moshe, where Aaron died, and there he was buried, and Eleazar his son ministered as priest from this place. And this is probably all a scribal gloss, but probably all this is a scribal gloss, but we'll get to that, what it means in a moment. From there, they set out to Gudgodah, from Gudgodah to Jotbatah, a land of brooks of water. At that time, the Lord set apart the tribe of Levi to carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before the Lord, to serve him, and to bless his name until this day. Okay. And then this is one of the reasons why this is considered to be a scribal gloss, is that that sort of until this day implies that this was written after the core documents of Deuteronomy. Okay, so this is why it's in parentheses here. 6 through 9 is in parentheses. It's because it's seen as a scribal gloss. All right. So then, who carried the Ark of the Covenant before the Levites were assigned to this? Levites. In fact, it was the clan of Kohath that was assigned to this. Now, once you get into the land of once the Israelites do the conquest, some of these clans become muddled. They start losing some clan identities, and that just happens with clans. Clans come and clans go. Okay, but it was the clan of Kohath that was assigned to carry the ark and the tabernacle when it moved from place to place. But finding Kohathites after the conquest was difficult. And that's because the Kohathites integrated into the Levitical cities. Once the Kohathites, the Gershonites, and the other clans of the Levites integrated into the cities, they started becoming indistinguishable from other Levites. Basically, the only sort of clan that remained distinct from the time of the wandering was the sons of Aaron. Okay, and that's because they had been instructed to keep the name of their priestly lineage intact. Okay, so this is sort of reflecting what's happening after they've entered the land, and okay, now you can't find Kohathites anymore. At that point, only Levites can carry the ark and the tabernacle, because you can't find Kohathites anymore. They've become a dissolved clan. So, And that just happens. That just happens with clans. Clans live, they're born, they live, and they die. And by the time you get to, say, the monarchy, yeah, no one is identifiable as a Kohathite anymore. So that's sort of why this scribal gloss is pasted in here, is to let people know that, hey, it's not Kohathites anymore, which were a kind of Levite. It's now Levites in general that can do it. And that's an accommodation to the fact that there were no more Kohathites that you could identify. So that's what's going on here. It is a scribal gloss. It's a scribal gloss that's been inserted for a particular reason. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What was the Israelite ancient perception of Sheol? Did they believe in a place for the righteous and wicked dead, or was it all the same place? The ancient Israelite perception of it was that both the righteous and the unrighteous went to Sheol. Now, during the Second Temple period, there came this idea of a divided Sheol. Now, that doesn't appear in the scriptures until the New Testament. Okay? But that does seem to be how they viewed Sheol in the in the Second Temple period, was that there was a compartment for the righteous dead and the compartment for the unrighteous dead. But prior to the Second Temple period, it was all just Sheol, the grave. And the idea here was that those who were dead in their sins, which was everybody prior to Christ, couldn't go directly to heaven. You can't go directly to heaven in the Old Testament, because if you died, you're dead in your sins, and you'd appear before God, and you'd face summary judgment. No one could stand to that scrutiny, so nobody went to heaven. Okay? So, in this particular case, everybody prior to the resurrection, prior to the crucifixion, went to Sheol. And then after the crucifixion, the righteous would then go directly to heaven, and the unrighteous dead remained in Sheol. Jonathan Walker says Sheol is a place of all who died. Yes, it is. It's similar to the term Hades. Very similar to the Greek term Hades. But later it was divided into two parts, Abraham's bosom and the place referred to as hell. Yeah, sort of. Hell. You could call it hell. You know, that's not an unfair label, but it's I don't know if it's exactly all that accurate either. So, Emily Tedesco, resting in the bosom of your ancestors was the best case scenario. Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, it was the best case scenario. Yeah. At least until the crucifixion. Okay. After the crucifixion, the righteous went directly to heaven. Okay. But prior in the Old Testament, yeah, all the dead went to Sheol. And Sheol was just the term for the grave. Okay. So, Jonathan Walker, one big family reunion, yeah. Dark Blade, Greek Haze, the three parts. The Elysium, good Elysium, yeah, the Elysium Fields. Neutral, Asphodel, and the bad place. That'd be Tartarus. That's the bad place. Very few people in Greek mythology ever went to Tartarus. There were only 2 people that went to Tartarus. 2 humans. Yeah, the Titans all went to Tartarus, but only 2 humans ever went to Tartarus. One was Sisyphus, and the other one was a king. What was his name? Was it what's the name of that king? Yeah, Sisyphus was the rock pusher. The other one was like there was a king that also went there, a greedy king. Um, I can't remember the king who went to who was sent to Tartarus too, but there was one king that Tartarus sauce. Delicious with fish and chips. It could have been Midas. It could have been King Midas. But or Tantalus. I don't remember the name of the king, but there was a king that was sent to Tartarus too. Yeah. So basically, 2 humans in Tartarus and a bunch of Titans. That's who you had in Tartarus. No, you wouldn't have much of a social life. Yeah, it's probably Tantalus. Yeah. John Walker, King Sisyphus and King Tantalus were the 2 mortals sent to Tartarus, the deepest part of the underworld for their heinous crimes. Yeah. Well, Sisyphus's crime was eating ambrosia. That was his crime. Yeah, he ate the food of the gods. He tricked a god into eating ambrosia. Yep. That's yep. Yeah. Yep. Clypeus evading death. Well, that's how he evaded death, was eating ambrosia. Yeah. Okay. 18 ministers for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. With the state of seminaries today, what hope do people like me have for proper theological education, especially Old Testament / history? Ooh, ouch. I don't know. Honestly, I still think you could probably get a decent education at Dallas Theological Seminary still, but in the THM Old Testament department, not the biblical exegesis department. Stay the heck away from the biblical exegesis department. But it's getting really hard these days. Yeah, it's getting really, really difficult to find quality theological education anymore. Yeah. Clypeus, abandon hope, all ye here who enter here. I'm not sure if he's talking about seminary education or Tartarus, but it's probably the same. Darkblade, why? Is that the department Kennedy teaches in? It is. Yeah. Kennedy teaches in the biblical exegesis department at Dallas now. Ouch. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, stay away from that department. Yeah, so, I don't have a good answer for you here, honestly. Uh, Seminary educations have been lowering the bar for a decade now to try to get more students in. They're self-destructing. I don't know. I honestly don't know what the future of seminary education, theological education is. You have to. Yeah. Jack Ray. Kennedy teaches? Seems presumptuous. Ouch. 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 And that's why we love Jack Ray. Ouch. Mama, DTS was the gold standard 25 years ago. Yeah, it was. Oh, yeah. Oh, it totally was the gold standard 25 years ago. Oh, heck. Trinity was a gold standard 15 years ago. I mean, Trinity was considered to be a top. It was, it was said that Dallas Theological Seminary was king of the seminaries and Trinity was the queen of the seminaries. Yeah. At the time, they both believed in academic excellence, academic rigor, producing quality graduates. Yeah, it's just DBC, candy at DTS. That's not good. No, it's not good. No, it's yeah. I don't know why. Other than they might have been impressed by all of his television appearances, but yeah, things have changed rapidly in the culture and society, and yeah, it's not good. It's not good. So this is one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing here. Okay, that's one of our primary motivators for this channel is to sort of pick up the ball that was dropped. Seminaries have dropped the ball on creating Christian leaders. That's why we're doing what we're doing. Is we are trying to raise the next generation of Christian leaders. And we're trying to do it in as many out-of-the-box ways as we can. Yes, we publish, academic books like The Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context. But we also do it engaged through fiction. And we do in fiction because people might have to come through different inlets. Yeah, I mean, I entered Egyptology by watching Doctor Who. I'd never recommend anyone watch Doctor Who anymore. I mean, it's weird now. It's just weird and gross. Okay? But it was an inspiration for me. I think we need to provide inspiration for people to rise up to leadership. So, oh yeah. Mama says, indicative of so much bad decision making hiring that man in that position. Yeah, oh, it is. Oh yeah. This is how institutions decline. This is how institutions decline. They lower the bar. They make bad hiring decisions. And bad decisions feed on bad decisions. Mama, Pyramid of Mars. Oh yeah, yeah. It was exactly that. That serial, The Pyramids of Mars, that inspired me to go into Egyptology. Loved it. It really ignited my imagination as a child. It was my favorite episode as a child. So, oh yeah, Sutek. I always wanted a Sutek figurine. I had actually promised myself I was going to buy a Sutek figurine when I graduated with my PhD. I just never did it. So I got my PhD and I just like didn't buy the figure anymore because I got the PhD. So Emily Tedesco, the best period of Doctor Who. Oh wow. Um Good question. I mean I'm classic Doctor Who. Okay, I like the classic stuff. Um I kind of liked some of the John Pertwee stuff, really. I like the John Pertwee stuff. I like the Tom Baker stuff. That's sort of that classic late 60s, 70s, and into the early 80s kind of period of Doctor Who. Yeah. No suitable Sutek figures go figure. Oh, I could have gotten one. I mean, the local collectible store in England had them. I think you can buy them off of Amazon.uk, but I just never got one. So, yeah, Amazon UK used to have them. But you can't get them like on Amazon.com. You have to go to the UK one. Okay. Eddie Rodriguez says National Treasure and Indiana Jones got me to study history. Yeah, that's not uncommon. Yeah, the Third Doctor was fun, kind of like James Bond twist. Yeah, I liked him too. It was very quirky, and I really enjoyed it. Jonathan Walker says, I say tangentially in bold because he made a comment about kitchens tangentially stepping into the Bible. Oh, well, you're talking about that super chat. We haven't gotten there yet. Mama says, anything second to fourth Doctor is loved here. Awesome. Yeah. Fourth Doctor was great. Even the fifth one wasn't bad. Okay, even the fifth one wasn't bad. Sixth, nah. The Colin Baker years were kind of trash. And even the Sylvester McCoy wasn't great. Okay, but second through fourth, yeah, was definitely its height. All right, let's go on to the next super chat here. So, unfortunately, AT, I don't have an answer for you on this one. We'll have to just see what the future holds. Okay, but we're trying. We're trying. Okay, AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How do we know what is a scribal gloss, particularly in the Old Testament where we don't have the same manuscript abundance as the New Testament? Okay, how do we know? A couple things earmark scribal glosses. Okay. First of all, they tend to be parenthetical. Okay. So when you encounter a scribal gloss, they almost all tend to be parenthetical, which means they provide an explanation to the text. So if you're reading along and you say you in a encounter something that says, well, yeah, they rose up and slew the Anakim. For in that day the Anakim were giants in the land. Well, for in that day the Anakim were giants in the land. Okay. That's an explanation that has been inserted to explain another part of the text. So, a lot of scribal glosses are parenthetical. They basically are there to add extra explanation that might not be known to a later reader. Okay? So there's always that if you read it something and you're getting a additional explanation that doesn't seem natural to the original writer, that's likely to be a scribal gloss. The other thing is scribal glosses often introduce anachronisms. Okay? That's the other earmark of a scribal gloss. It's sometimes when a scribal gloss is introduced, it's done so in a way that wouldn't have had meaning at the time of the writing. Okay? So there's a lot of scribal glosses that introduce anachronisms. Like there's one scribal gloss, I think, where it talks about I think it was Hebron being founded like 7th year of prior to on the Exodus or something like that, when it clearly wasn't. Okay. So scribal glosses often introduce anachronisms because they're based upon later, often inaccurate information or a later reading of the text. Like, for example, with our example, I'll talk about for the Anakim, they were giants in the land. That's a later interpretation of Anakim that was popular during, say, the divided monarchy period, but doesn't seem to have been an interpretation that was extant at the time of the Pentateuch. Okay? So that's the two earmarks of a scribal gloss. One's parenthetical. The other is it's often anachronistic. Okay? So that's how we can tell if something is a scribal gloss. So yeah, Hebron Numbers 20. Let's take a look at that one there. Numbers. I just saw it here. 13:22. 1322. Yeah, this is an example of a scribal gloss. Now, when they had gone up into the Negev, they came to, this is Numbers 13:22. They came to Hebron, where Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the descendants of Anak, were. Now, and this is the scribal gloss. Now, Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan, that's Tanis, in Egypt. Now, Tanis was built at the end of dynasty dynasty 21. Okay? Or sorry, the end of dynasty 20. End of dynasty 20. So you're talking here roughly the 11th century BC. Hebron had been built going back to the early Bronze Age. Okay? Hebron is a very old city. Okay, very old city. So this is a later editor. Okay. Jonathan Walker asks, how do we know Zoan is Tanis? Because it's another name for Tanis, essentially. How do we know that? Because Tanis isn't really Tanis. It's a j sound. Okay, it's a j z sound. We just don't pronounce it that way. So Zoan is the Semitic word for Tanis. Okay. How come none of these names have camel spits? Because we don't speak. Clavius, wait, so later scribes didn't call Tanis Ramses? No, they didn't. No, they didn't call it Ramses. They did call it Zoan. Later scribes called it Zoan. Okay? That's also the other thing here, too, is that in the case of numbers, like, for example, here we have not just a parenthetical with the now, so that's an indication of the parenthetical, but also this anachronism here, 7 years before Zoan. At the time Numbers was written, Zoan wasn't a city. Okay, it hadn't existed yet. So this is a parenthetical. Or an anachronism, sorry. This is an anachronism. So that's how we know that this whole thing is a scribal gloss. Okay. But here's what happens is later writers are going to refer to the closest city to Ramses, but it's not Ramses anymore, it's Tanis. So Jonathan Walker, the scribe didn't know his history very well. Well, that's true actually of a lot of ancient writers. Yeah, they knew their current times well. Oh, this is why I don't trust like first century historians like Josephus when they talk about ancient history. Josephus, Herodotus, they all did this, which is their views of, say, the current times are very solid. Their views of ancient times, not so much. So this is very common for ancient historians, that they just don't know their history that well. And a lot of that was just because people didn't keep great records of history. I mean, we have to understand that the whole venture of keeping history as history is only about 500 years old. It's fairly recent. So prior to that, people had kind of this sort of hit and miss, laissez-faire view of how history happened. So John Walker, could the writer have been talking about a rebuild of Hebron being built before for Zoan, not the location itself? I don't think so. I don't think so. There wouldn't. I don't think there's much evidence of that. So yeah. But that's here's a perfect example, as I said, of a scribal gloss. again, you got the parenthetical and you got the anachronism all in one here. So it's kind of the complete package. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. And that's how you can tell. Is it a parenthetical? Does it contain an anachronism? Okay. Jonathan Walker says, thought it'd be possible since cities would be torn down just to rebuild. Actually, that's not how typical rebuilding worked in the ancient world. I mean, there were times when cities were completely destroyed through conquest or whatever, and then later on they were built on top of it. That could happen. That never happened to Hebron, by the way. Hebron was conquered as an Amorite city and then occupied by the Judite tribe. So it never really went through that rebuilding process. The other thing, though, that to keep in mind is that when cities were rebuilt, they tend to be rebuilt in sections, okay? Especially ones that are occupied. And Hebron was definitely occupied. Even though Hebron was put under the harem, it was never abandoned. So as soon as the Amorites were ousted from Hebron, the Judites just kind of moved in. And, but even then, that is way, way, way before the building of Tanis. So, yeah, there was no rebuilding that happened, say, before the construction of Tanis as such there. So, yeah, I don't think it's possible in this case. I just think this is a scribal error. Okay. 18 ministries for 199. Doesn't Genesis 34:23 refer to two tribes becoming one? Yeah, that coalescing thing is an issue here for tribes. That's not how tribes work. But let's look at the passage here and we'll talk about that. Okay. 34:23. Alright, and this again talking about the assault of Dinah. Okay. And the passage again is that will not their livestock and their property and all their animals be ours? Only let us consent and they will live with us. Okay, yeah. Again, that's it's not two tribes becoming one. And this is one of the things we have to understand about how tribes work in the ancient world. Is they don't coalesce. There's no such thing as a tribal merger. Okay? And I think that's one of the things we have to really, really be cognizant of is two unrelated tribes merging as one tribe doesn't happen. That's not how clan cultures work. Tribes remain mutually distinct at all times. Yeah, you're going to have intermarriages, but the tribes themselves remain distinct. This is more than just assimilation, okay? Because basically the clans of the tribe will always assert their autonomy, okay? Because we got to remember here that tribes are not just family units. They're protection units. They're units of self-defense. And to maintain self-defense, a clan has to maintain its autonomy. This is why, for example, in a political structure of a tribe, the clan is more important than the tribe. Because it's the clans that go to war. Okay? So, when you have this talk about all their stuff becoming ours, that's not assimilation, that's decimation. And you can only understand that if you understand the context of clan culture, clan tribal society. So it is not two tribes becoming one. It's one gobbling up the other. Yeah. It's a hostile takeover. A hostile takeover. not a friendly corporate merger. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. 18 ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. The Benjaminite ate, I think you mean ate pork, not date pork. We're not into that sort of stuff on this channel. No, no dating swine on this channel. Sorry. Yeah, I think you mean 8. Just say it. I'm going to assume you mean 8. Okay. Bible theory. Delilah secretly a pig. Could be. Could be. Jonathan Walker. I don't know where there's some weird stuff in the Bible. Yep. And it does talk about that stuff, but it is forbidden. Slammer says, "We love your laugh, Dr. Falk." Well, I'm glad somebody appreciates it. Okay. Jack Ray, it gets weirder in the hadiths. Yeah, well, I'm not going there. Not going there. Okay. The Benjaminites, yes, they ate pork. Okay. They raised pork and they ate pork, and they lived on the far side of the Jordan. So they were sort of separated from the rest of the Israelites by a river. Okay. So they did eat pork. Okay. And there was people who did eat pork among the Israelites from time to time. So Scott Worthen, did Benjaminites eat pork or not? When did they stop eating pork? I don't think they ever did stop eating pork. We do have the Benjaminites eating pork in the New Testament. So they're still eating pork into the Roman period. Okay, so the Benjamites did eat pork. They weren't kosher Jews in that respect. But then again, too, they were sort of separated away, so yeah. Yeah. Clypeus, speaking of dating pork, no pig bones in the late Bronze Age, early Iron Age Highland settlements. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, we don't, among early Israelites in the Judean foothills and the highlands, yeah, you don't find pork among the osteological remains. That is actually true. We do find some pork remains in Iron Age Jerusalem. Okay, so there were people who did eat pork during the Iron Age in Jerusalem itself. So, but they're not common. Pork remains are not common. But they were Benjaminites did eat pork. Okay. Slammer and King Saul and Ehud ate pork. It's possible. We're not sure. But we do know that the Benjaminites did raise pork. Jonathan Walker, who wouldn't appreciate your laugh? Well, there are people who think my laugh is demonic. So there are some people who basically said, I'd watch you, but your laugh is just so annoying. It's like, Okay, we'll go watch another channel. Jonathan Walker, who could blame them for eating pork even though it was against the law? Well, it was taboo. It was what's called unclean for eating purposes. Okay, so there were people who ate it, and even though it was unclean for eating purposes, just like you find a lot of people eating unclean animals for a variety of reasons. It was cheap, it was plentiful, and some people did eat it for just survival reasons. You people ate donkey too for when things got really bad. So, Ray, eat pork in secret in the city. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Jack, pork speakeasies. Yeah. Yeah, there probably was some of that going on. Uh, Darkblade, did prophets ever say stop eating pig? No, they never did. It was just considered to be unclean to eat. So they didn't have to. They didn't have to say stop eating pig because it was already forbidden. Bonbon asks, did they know how to fry food back then? Yes, they did. Um, Frying food was more of an Iron Age thing. The problem was that when you had to fry something, you needed a container, a pan that was suitable for hot oil. Okay, so they did fry food, but they tended to do it in iron vessels. So it's more of an Iron Age thing than you find it in, say, Bronze Age. Jonathan Walker, donkey is not an animal that comes to mind when it comes to food. No, but if you were at the siege of Jerusalem in 70 AD, we're told that the going price for a head of a donkey was 60 shekels. And that's because there was a lot of good eating on a donkey head. Slammer in. Kind of like alcohol consumption in Saudi Arabia, as long as they have an iron ceiling overhead so Allah couldn't see it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, there's actually a lot of alcohol consumption in the Islamic world. Uh, I went to a wedding once that was Persian, a Persian wedding. Um, the groom's family was Muslim. The bride's family were I think they were Baptist. Uh, but the groom's family, wow, did those guys put alcohol away? They were fun to be around, but boy, did they! I could not believe how they downed the alcohol, and they went for the hard stuff too. I mean, they went for like the tequila shots and the vodka shots. Oh yeah, they drank hard. Yeah. So okay. All right. Next one here. Let's go on here. So we've talked about the Benjaminites dating pork. Now let's go on to the next super chat. AT Ministries for 199. What are some other double offense judgments? Okay. Now in the last live stream we talked about the double offense of Uzzah and the um and of Aaron's sons. But there are other double offenses too. The one that comes to mind immediately is um, King David. King David, the Bathsheba incident. That's a double offense. multiple offenses there, but yeah, you know, it's an adultery murder. Okay, so David not just commits adultery with Bathsheba, but has Uriah killed. That's a double offense. Okay, and it's once Uriah is killed, murdered, that Nathan the prophet goes to David and says, "Hey, there's this sheep herder with one sheep, and this guy covets that one sheep, and he's got 100 sheep, and he murders the sheep herder and steals his one sheep." And David goes, "Who's that man?" And Nathan goes, "You're that man."
Never ask him.
Never ask a prophet who's that man. It's probably you. If a prophet's coming up to you and saying, "Yeah, there's this man," that's
And he's telling you the story.
and he's telling you the story in anonymous terms, yeah, you're probably the guy. Just saying. Clybius, can I tell you a story about a man? Yeah, pretty much.
Like, so, you're the man. That's where.
DBC, so you're the man, aren't the best words one can use here. Yep. There's this guy. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, that's true. Yeah, Darkblade says at least wasn't so far sunk as to try to have Nathan executed. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the David Bathsheba affair was a double, as another example of a double offense. Um, you know, so there's another example for you, but there's several of them. Okay, so let's go on to the next one here. HE Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is there a book that views Deuteronomy alongside Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers? I'd find it fascinating to see how the events compare in both detail and in order. As far as I know, there isn't, but there might have been someone who did work like this. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that would, sort of collate them together. But it is an interesting question. But I don't know any book off the top of my head that does this. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you. Okay, I am going to take a quick 2-minute break here, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Darkblade, hopefully he isn't going to drench some fries and cheese and gravy. Oh, I wish I had fries and cheese and gravy right now. uh Juan, do membership chat readings? Are you talking about my book? Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Generally, if you're a member, I'll just take the question. I don't get too strict on that. I know. Here's the problem. I'd update those whole membership levels if YouTube allowed it, but it doesn't. So, because frankly, a lot of those membership levels are just not. You know, we just sort of let it slide. So. Okay, so let's move on here. All right. AT Ministries here for 499. Thank you for the super chat. In the past, I asked if he referred to Moses or God in Exodus 34:28, and the text is ambiguous. But Deuteronomy 10:4 makes it seem like God did. Thoughts? Okay, let's find out what he's talking about here. Deuteronomy 10:4. Let's actually take Exodus 34 first and see what that says. Just as a reminder here. Okay, Exodus 34:28. And he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights, and he did not eat bread or drink water. And he wrote on the tablets of the covenant the 10 Commandments. All right. So that was 10 Commandments version 1. Now version 2 here. Deuteronomy 10:4. And he wrote on the tablets, like the former writing, the 10 Commandments, which the Lord had spoken to you on the mountain from the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly, and the Lord gave them to me. All right. So, here's the problem with version 2. We're told that version 1, and there's 2 versions of these tablets, okay? Version 1, we're told directly that it was the finger of God that wrote the tablets. We're not told that with version 2. So when he writes on the tablets, there's always this open question with version 2. Did God write on them again with his finger? Or did he write it through Moses and amanuensis? Okay. A lot of when it says that he wrote, there's always going to be, unless someone says it very explicitly, there's always this open question of whether they wrote it down themselves or had a scribe write it for them. Okay? So, so that's going to be the problem with Deuteronomy 10 here, verse 4, is we're just not sure if this is going to be an amanuensis situation, a scribal situation, where God dictates, Moses carves, but it's God doing the writing because he's telling Moses what to write. Okay? So that's sort of the ambiguity here. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Did ancient Israelites do the blood on the doorpost ritual every Passover, or was that a one-time thing? That's a one-time thing. Okay. They're not instructed to put the blood on the Passover again. Frankly, that'd be kind of icky. All right. Here's the thing. They could put the blood on the doorposts on the first Passover Because they're leaving those they're leaving those houses. They're not sticking around. Okay. Essentially, the Israelites paint the blood on the doorposts and leave the next morning. Okay, so they don't have to stay around to clean the mess. Okay. It would look like a giant crime scene, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So they didn't do this. Okay, they did not do this as a regular practice. Yeah, they're not sticking around, but the blood is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The mezuzahs are much cooler. Yeah. A mezuzah, by the way, is a little scroll that's rolled up and put in a little thing that's nailed to your door. And you'll sometimes see Jewish people doing that, but no. Clypeus, the real reason Ramses sent the chariots, they didn't even clean the doorposts. They bailed on their cleaning deposit. Jonathan Walker. The Egyptians went through the 10 plagues and had to clean all that up and turn Avaris into a cemetery. Well, yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what they did. Yeah, cleaning up after a plague is nasty. Oh, yuck. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so they did not repeat the blood on the doorposts, after the Passover. It was a one-time only thing. All right? HE Ministries for 199. Do you know you're mispronouncing Geratos? Probably. Mispronounce all sorts of things. Oh, I didn't put the picture up. We had Geratos this week. I forgot to upload it. You'll get it next week. Me drinking Geratos. Yeah, I mispronounce all sorts of things, so welcome to the club, man. Yeah, I don't know if it's Yaritas or Yuritos. All I know is if I ever said Yaritas and in a Mexican store in California, yeah, they know what I mean. It's California Mexican. Yeah, boy. Darkblade, the Spanish J makes a H sound, so it's Haritas? Could be. Yeah, it's kind of the J is kind of odd in California Spanish, to be honest. That's where I picked it up. Um, like for example, it might be um a Haritas, but it's San Joaquin. Yeah, it's not San Jose, it's San Jose. So that J is very tricky. It is very tricky. Um, yeah. Yeah, so it's really going to depend on seems to be something that's very regional. So and I said the only Spanish I ever picked up was what I picked up in California, so it's probably butchered, but it's probably a local Creole. So that doesn't surprise me one bit. All right, so AT Miss for 199. Thank you for the super chat. I never run out of questions, just money. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate your support of the channel and your patience with my butchering pronunciations. AT Mystery for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Did everyone write today? I didn't write today, but that's because I'm working on a video game. Okay, so I was doing renders, video, modeling and rendering. So that's what I was doing today. In fact, I was doing the render right up until this live stream. And yes, I do it in Blender. Okay? Which is a brutal program to have to relearn every time I use it. Okay. 1,000 MPG for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Happy Feast of Athanasius, Dr. Falk. Well, happy, and the producer. Well, happy Feast of Athanasius to you, too. Thank you for the answer to my girlfriend's question last week. Well, it's our pleasure. We really appreciate answering questions, so we're glad we could do it. You made her weekend. Wow. Also, I started your, I think you mean novel this week. It's so good. Well, thank you. Thank you. We did our best to provide not just an informative novel, but a good read, a good adventurous read. So, we hope people enjoy it. We hope people, learn a little bit of archaeology through it. And yeah, we're really excited about this project, and so far the reach it's had. So yeah, it's been exciting to do this. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Okay, 1,000 MPG for $19.99. Thank you for that generous super chat. Hi again, Dr. Falk. Well, hello. Based on what Jesus said in John 14, 1-3, what do you think, or is it possible that the destination of believers after they die has changed since the resurrection? Thank you, and blessing. Oh, it's definitely changed. Now, we talked about this a little bit before when we talked about Sheol, but let's just touch on it again, because John 14 is very interesting here. Okay. John 14, 1-3. The text reads, let not your heart be troubled. Believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house there are many dwellings. If it were not so, I would have told you. For I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, there you may be also. Okay. Now, this is talking about the final destination when Christ returns. Now, one of the things we've got to be cognizant of is this is wedding imagery. This is wedding imagery. Now, the way weddings worked in Israelite culture was there was a betrothal. Okay? There's a betrothal. Usually an arranged marriage where the son and the bride and the groom are technically promised to become married. But the wedding doesn't take place until the groom finishes building a house. Okay? Because that came with it. Okay? So the son, the groom, had to go out and build a house before he can come collect his bride. Now, the way this works in Israelite marriage is when the house is ready, the groom and the bride have the wedding. They spend the first night in the bride's home. Okay? So the honeymoon is in the bride's home. Yeah, I'm glad that tradition died. That would not have been fun. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Essentially, the bride's family was basically there to um see that the marriage was consummated. Okay? So, and the bride's family would collect the evidence of the consummation. Okay? Darkblade asks, what if the groom doesn't have the resources or knowledge to build a house, room or house? Then he couldn't get married. Because that was the tradition, is he had to provide a house. If he can't provide a house, he can't provide for a family. Yeah. 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 Clypeus, then he's not marriage material. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if he could not afford a house or hire someone to build a house, and that happened too, is if he couldn't build a house himself, he'd hire someone to do it. Okay, but somehow he had to provide a house for the family. Now, it didn't necessarily have to be a big house, but that was sort of the provision. Is, you know, I mean, frankly, if the guy had anything going for him and the bride had anything going for her, a marriage where he couldn't provide a house would have never would never made it to past the the betrothal stage. So in many ways, the betrothal was where families had to show their accounts. Okay. Darkblade. So marriage is more an at least upper middle class thing. No, no. Poor people could afford houses. Okay, if they had land or they were part of a Levitical city, they could afford a place. Even the lower class could. However, um, it was one of those things where lower classes did the same sort of rituals. They did the betrothal. There was still was expected that the groom would provide a home. It might have been a very poor home, but it was still a home. So, Clypeus, here's your hovel. Yeah, yeah.
How hard is it to build?
Yeah, how hard is it to build a hovel, people? Come on. Mud hut. Never heard of mud huts? Yeah, you're not going to get a lot of interclass marriage here, okay? That ain't going to happen. You're not going to have a young guy with no money marrying a wealthy first time bride. You just ain't going to happen. But Darkly, would tents work? Some cases, yes. Some cases, yeah. A tent might have sufficed for certain professions. Yeah. So Jonathan Walker, if pigs can build a straw, stick, and brick house, then you can build a home. 3 little pigs, huh? Yeah. So, I mean, they didn't face the same challenges that we do today. Okay. A lot of them would have had their inheritance properties and that sort of thing. So, it wasn't it what they didn't have the same exact challenges that we do. Like today for us, a huge portion of our expense to owning a home is buying the land. Okay, so, and they did not have that. The cost of land was nothing compared to what it is today. So, yeah, so, there was, and there were cheap building materials back then too. I mean, you could make homes out of brick. Most of them were brick. So, yeah, yeah. So it wasn't as arduous a requirement as people think, but yeah, but that's what's going here on here in John 14, 1 to 3. This is marriage language, and he's basically saying that in that go and prepare a place for you, that he's preparing a home for the bride of the great marriage feast of the Lamb, which is also the great and terrible day of the Lord. Okay. So this is eschatological language, but it's also marriage language, and it's wedding language. Okay. So with that said, it is possible that this is, well, first of all, to answer your question, 1000 MPG, the destination of believers did change after the resurrection from Sheol to heaven, but that's also, heaven is not the final destination either. The new heavens and the new earth are. And what's being talked about here in John 14:3 is not, it's not heaven, it's the new heavens and new earth, and that actually comes after the second coming. So there's a change in destination for believers after the resurrection, but there's also a change in destination for believers after the second coming. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, we got here from Messianic Talmud for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What do you think about the patriarchs and the fossils of camels? It seems they had some for travel passed down as gifts given to them, i.e., Pharaoh and Abraham, but not enough to raise as livestock. There actually was a thorough the camel was completely domesticated easily by the early second millennium. Easily. In fact, camel domestication goes back to the 4th millennium BC. Okay, so I don't understand why this sort of keeps coming up. I mean, I've heard this so many times being raised by skeptics. Oh, the patriarchs and camels. There were no camels back in the patriarchs. This has been proven. This is 30-year-old news. Okay, we've known about camel domestication for 30 years. Okay, it's so established now as fact that I wonder. I just sort of, it croggles my brain that people still bring this up. Okay, camels were fully domesticated, fully bred, as I said, easily by the very early 2nd millennium BC. Easily. And that's around the time of the patriarchs. Okay. As I said, even back to the mid-3rd millennium, they were already domesticating and breeding camels. So, yeah, I don't get why this is always it comes up as an issue. It just sort of, as I said, somebody hasn't gotten the memo. So, Clypeus. Yeah, same as Mark didn't think Jesus was God. Yeah. Yeah, I love that slip up. I love that slip up by Bart Ehrman the other day, where he's talking to Gnostic and was it oh who was he talking to now? Uh oh yeah, the guy that slicked his hair back, that atheist. I can't remember the name of that atheist. Um Cosmic Skeptic. That was it. Cosmic Skeptic. Um and Ehrman says, yeah, when when Christ is talking to the priest, on who could forgive sins, Alex O'Connor, and Ehrman says, well, what Christ is saying here is that he has an authority greater than the priests. Yeah, exactly. yeah. Ehrman's talking to Alex O'Connor, and he tells Alex that, he's Christ is claiming to have a greater authority than the priests. Well, the priests got their authority directly from God. What would be the greater authority here than the priests? Yeah, that's Oh yeah, but Jesus never claimed to be God. Of course not. He's just a greater authority than the priests. And who's that? Gee, I wonder. Could be. Yeah, just yeah. Yeah, IP's video is very good on this, so yeah, definitely recommend going and watching that. But dang, yeah. Yes. Anagram says that's just dumb. Yeah, and you know what? The whole camel thing's dumb too. But it keeps coming up. Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, my producer says you can domesticate camels, you just can't teach them manners. Well, yes, sure. Yeah, so my thought is that the whole idea that the patriarchs had camels is... I can't believe people even question this at this point. It's just stupid. So that's my thought on this, is that whole idea of even questioning this is dumb at this point, because it's so well established now. So, yeah. Slam RM says the first mention of camels in the Bible is in Genesis 12:16, when Abraham was blessed with wealth, including sheep, cattle, donkeys, servants, and camels. Yeah. And camels will breed. All by themselves, they'll breed. Yeah, they don't need help on this. Yeah, they don't need permission either. So, I mean... Okay, so thank you very much for that super chat. I hope it helps. This is just one of those things that just keeps coming up, and I think it's nuts that we have to still repeat this 30 years after it's been thoroughly proven, but hey. Okay, Mike JSB for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. In what areas of Jericho did Kathleen Kenyon see evidence of destruction? Was it just the middle building? It was Garstang that actually found the evidence, the destruction layer in the middle building. Okay, so that's where Garstang found the late Bronze 2 2B destruction layer in the middle building. Okay. Now, what Kenyon found was late Bronze 2B pottery. Okay. And there's actually a whole lot of late Bronze 2B pottery all over the site. Every excavation that has been done at Jericho has found this. Okay? Garstang's excavation found it. Kenyon's excavation found this. Lorenzo Nigro's excavation found this. They've all found late Bronze 2B pottery. But the destruction layer, the only fragment we have of the destruction layer from late Bronze 2B was found in the middle building, and it was Garstang who found that. He mentions it in his 1964 book, so that's where you'll find it. Okay. Clypeus, so Garstang just misdated the late Bronze Age destruction layer? Yeah, he misdated it. And Nigro says that it did happen and there was a citadel there before the destruction. Yes. Here's how it's going to work. Here's how it works. What happened was Garstang dated the Late Bronze destruction layer to the Late Bronze 1 period. Okay? And he based it on that 1400 dating, that traditional evangelical dating. All right? So that whole James Orr dating he used. Okay? So that's how he just misdated it. He misdated the Late Bronze what he did was he misdated the, not so much the Late Bronze, he correctly dated the Late Bronze destruction layer, but he also misdated the Middle Bronze destruction layer to Late Bronze 1. Okay? So that's a better way of putting it, okay? So there's 2 destruction layers Garstang found, okay? So then we got to kind of keep them separate, okay? There's 2 destruction layers. There's the general destruction layer, the Middle Bronze destruction layer. Garstang misstates that to Late Bronze 1. Okay? But he also finds a fragment above that layer in the middle building. That's the Late Bronze 2B destruction layer. That's the only piece of it that remains. Okay? And he misstates that to Iron Age. Okay? So that's what Garstang is how he's gonna redate these, conjigger these things. And he does that on a misunderstanding of the ceramic typology. Now, Kenyon is going to go back through his ceramic typology and goes, hey, wait, your pottery doesn't date to Late Bronze 1. It dates to Middle Bronze 2. And at that point, Garstang has to admit his error and say, yeah, okay, that Late Bronze can't be 1400, that Middle Bronze 2 layer can't be 1400 BC. It's got to be 1550. And frankly, all the carbon 14 stuff has verified that, all of it. Okay, but the Late Bronze 2 layer was never dated except through ceramic typology, which was the Late Bronze 2. So now Lorenzo Nigro is going to say that there was that destruction layer had to be the one that Garstang found had to be associated with the Late Bronze 2 layer, Late Bronze 2B layer, because the Late Bronze 2A fortifications, which Nigro did find, lacked destruction evidence. Okay? And then we get a small fallow period at Jericho after Late Bronze 2B, and then the Iron Age Citadel. Okay? So, yeah, Nigro also says that there was a Citadel there before the destruction because the Late Bronze 2 mud brick fortifications follows the Middle Bronze fortifications. So, it wasn't a smaller area. It was, in fact, the area seems to cover, like, I think, something like 3/5 of the tell. So it was a slightly smaller encampment, but it was still a full citadel. So yeah, it was smaller than the Middle Bronze fortifications, but it was not as small as some people would say it is. It wasn't a little village. It was quite substantial as far as a fortification. Now, we have to understand that Jericho is still small for a citadel, okay? But it was a walled city, and it remained a walled city up until the Late Bronze 2B period. Okay? Clypeus says, and the rest of the Late Bronze Age destruction that was scraped off by site leveling? Yeah, pretty much. And it was... Site leveling was done during 3 periods in the history. It was done in the Iron Age. And actually, that leveling is even recorded in the Bible by the, I think it was during the time of Jeroboam that, I think it was it Bethlite? I can bring this up here. Yeah, that first leveling period is actually recorded in the Book of Kings, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Uh, 1 Kings 16:34. In his days, and this is the days of Ahab, Hiel the Bethelite built Jericho. He laid its foundation, that's site leveling, with the loss of Abiram, his firstborn, and set up the gates with the loss of his youngest son, Segub, according to the word of the Lord, which was spoken by Joshua, son of Nun. Okay. So yeah, that's the first Iron Age leveling that took place at Jericho. It was also followed by 2 more periods of leveling during the Roman period occupation as well as the Byzantine occupation. So it was leveled 3 times. So that wiped the site pretty clean as far as that getting down to at least the late Bronze 2A period for the most part. Clypeus, okay, pretty much every book on the origins of Israel has an outdated archaeology of Jericho. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, this most recent report was 2020. Okay. The one where he talks about the late Bronze 2A fortifications is in 2020, and his talk about there being explicitly the destruction at 2B, he talks about it in his 2023 publication. So that's only 2 years ago. He says, so satisfying the way the cookie has crumbled in the end. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, very satisfying. I mean, I had an Old Testament prof tell me, that I was crazy for thinking that there was a late Bronze Age Jericho because it defied the consensus. Why would I want to disagree with the consensus here? Yeah, why would I disagree with the consensus? Consensus is always right. You gotta go along with your colleagues here. No, I don't. Yeah, so it's been very satisfying to see how this cookie has crumbled. Yeah. Darkblade, because the consensus is idiotic. It can be, especially in biblical studies. Clypeus, I am considering sending Nigro a thank you letter. Well, I'm sure you'd appreciate that. Okay, so there we go. That's the talk on the on Jericho here, and hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, next one here from Messianic Talmud for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Did the Egyptians believe that the pyramids or obelisks channel any type of energy as claimed by alchemists? No. Okay. Now there's a caveat to that. Obelisks were never they were never channels of energy of any sort. Obelisks were basically solar needles. Okay. They were a kind of monument to the sun, to solar worship. And one of the things that this obelisk was, purpose of an obelisk was to cast a shadow. Okay? They're needles that essentially are kind of like primitive sundials. They cast shadows as a form of solar worship. Okay? So that's the purpose of an obelisk, is to present a solar idol that casts a shadow over the temple. Okay? So that was their purpose. Now, pyramids are a little different. Okay? They're not a solar temple as such, or a solar monument. What they were was a kind of almost a resurrection machine. So they they weren't meant to channel energy, but they were meant for the spirit of the king to return. And in doing so, provide resurrection power to those buried around him. So, so it was kind of believed that the king, the soul of the king, went to the underworld, did his negotiations and stuff with the gods of the underworld, and then brought back the power of Osiris to help resurrect the others. Okay? And the Egyptian king would return to his pyramid night after night after night to assist those who had been buried around him in the voyage to the afterlife. Okay? So basically, the king would act as the buddy on the inside. Okay? The buddy in the Amduat who's helping his courtiers make it through the underworld. Okay? By putting in a good word with Osiris. Okay? So that's really what was going on. So it's not a channel of energy like the alchemists claim, not even close. But it was a way of, say, bringing back the king to help everyone else. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from all right. Mythological Beast for 199. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, random question, but are you a Thomist, Dr. Falk? No, I'm not. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hope that helped. Well, what can I say? I'm not a Thomist. I have my opinions about Thomism, but I'm just not a Thomist. Never have been. I mean, I don't even know what he's asking, why he's asking that question, but all right. Nope, not a Thomist. Never have been. Not an Aristotelian either. Okay, that was fun. Oreo, the Olympian, asks, what is a Thomist? A guy who follows the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas. Okay. A lot of say Catholics are Roman Catholics are Thomists. If you go to and surprisingly, those who go to Southern Evangelical Seminary, there's a lot of Thomists at Southern Evangelical Seminary. But I myself, I'm not a Thomist. Okay, so that's what a Thomist is, and I'm not one. Yeah, I mean, Thomism has had its tractors, its admirers in evangelical circles, especially in the last 50 years. You've seen a lot of Thomism come into, say, evangelicalism, but I was just never attracted to it. I think it's got some deficiencies, and it's just not my thing. Okay. Next one here is from Mama. Ooh. For $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. I'm glad you could be here tonight. A question from my 11-year-old. Fantastic. Love those questions. Do only special Egyptians get tombs? No. Basically, if you could afford a tomb, you could have a tomb. Okay? The way it worked was based upon your economic status. Okay? So if you could afford to have a tomb made, uh, with all the furnishings and all that, yeah, you could have a tomb. Now, this generally meant that that the more wealthy you were, the better your tomb. Okay, so most of the tombs in Egypt that are extant are what we would call upper middle class. Okay, so um, so if you were, let's say, you were really poor, okay, really poor people never got tombs. They were just buried in the sand. So they would dig a pit in the sand and bury you there. Okay, so poor people got buried in sand, which actually preserved them better than if they were mummified, to be honest. Yeah, hopefully they win after you're dead, yeah. Jack Ray, a tomb for you, a tomb for you, a tomb for you. But if you were, say upper middle class, like you were a priest, or you were a craftsman, or you were a scribe, yeah, you probably got a tomb. You would pay for it, but you got one. It might not be the prettiest tomb. It might not be elaborately decorated. But you could have a tomb if you had enough money to have one made. And that's essentially what it came down to. Do you have the money to afford this? And if you had the money to afford this, you could have one. It's like a funeral today. I mean, you could be buried in a community plot. No, they basically wrap up your corpse in a plastic bag and throw it in there. Okay? Well, that's what happens to poor people today. Okay, is they get thrown into a community plot. They keep your body until they get like 20 of them, and then they throw you all in your plastic bags in a community plot and bury it. Okay? Or you could have a plot at a cemetery with a bronze casket driven by a limousine. And then you could have pigs in a blanket for lunch after. Okay, not you because you're dead, but you can afford a catered reception after. Okay, so it all depends on what you can afford. Burial rituals have always been based upon what you can afford in every society and every culture. Um, even places that say didn't have burials, like Zoroastrians. I mean, they had weird funeral practices. Um, but even then, you'd pay for like the sky burials of the Zoroastrians were kind of odd, where they basically put your corpse out into an open court and have the vultures eat it, and then they come and collect what few bones they can find after. Um, yeah, eat it. Yeah, suppose so. Yeah, the bones get said. Some Zoroastrian burials have just an open court, and they don't even bother collecting the bones. They just like let the birds eat it, and they'll just go in, and you'll see a whole bunch of like sun bleached bones out there. Yeah, Calliope's sky burial sounds so much cooler than the reality of it. Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. So, but yeah, even in that case, even with the sky burial, I mean, the wealthy in Zoroastrianism got sort of more walled areas as opposed to just be chucked onto a valley somewhere. So, yeah. Jack Ray, ancient Japan. Oh yeah, ancient Japan has some elaborate burials too sometimes. I mean, most of the Japanese burials tend to be cremations, but you'll do see like big monuments on some very important Japanese people. You know, they they would have the say some statues or shrines, or yeah. So even in Japan, burials were a socio-economic thing as well. Dark Blade says Zoroastrians believe dead bodies touching the ground would contaminate it. Yeah, and it probably does. But again, that's why they also build these charnel houses as well. So to sort of contain all of that. Okay. So yeah, not only special Egyptians, but anybody who could afford an Egyptian burial could have one in ancient Egypt. So I hope that your 11-year-old appreciates that answer. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. I hope that helps. Okay, Bubble Machine. Member question. Lovely. Okay, and Bubble Machine asks, why do some churches completely disregard the Old Testament? I'm generally confused as to why this is done. Two reasons. Okay, there's two reasons. The first reason they disregard the Old Testament is because they don't understand the Old Testament. Okay? The second reason that often churches disregard the Old Testament is they think that the Old Testament is obsolete. It's a kind of Marcionism. It's the idea that you don't need the Old Testament anymore because you got the new one. The problem is that unless you understand the Old Testament, it's really, really difficult to understand the New Testament. When it talks like the book of Hebrews, like the book of Hebrews talks about this. See if I can pull that passage up. Hebrews. It's chapter 10. I'm going to find this quickly here. You should all be teachers thing. Or maybe it's Hebrews 5 here. Oh yeah, it's here. Okay. Hebrews chapter 5. I love this section. All right, now this is the author of the Hebrews talking to the Hebrews, and the way this passage works is very interesting. Okay. Chapter 5, we'll start at verse 5. And it's talking here about Christ. And having been made perfect, he became to all those who obey him the source of eternal salvation, being designated by God a high priest according to the order of Melchizedek. Concerning him, Christ again, we have much to say, and it is hard to explain since you've become dull of hearing. For though by this time you ought to be teachers, you need again for someone to teach you the elementary principles of the oracles of God. You have come to need milk and not solid food. For everyone who partakes only of milk is not accustomed to the word of righteousness, for he is a babe, but solid food is for the mature, because of the practice of their senses is tainted to discern good and evil. Now, here's what's going on. The Hebrews actually know their Old Testament really well. Okay? So, what's going on here is that the Hebrews know their Old Testament really well, and basically the writer of Hebrews is telling them, you know this stuff so well, you should be teaching this at this point. You know the Old Testament backwards and forwards, but you haven't put the pieces together. You know what? I think he's griping here, okay? I wish the congregants I commune with knew the Old Testament this well. Okay? I'm almost at the point where I'm saying, what are you complaining about? Your people know the Old Testament. People today don't know the Old Testament or the New. Gabe Reagan, the author of Hebrews, knows how to tell smack. Yeah. Yeah. But, he's saying to his congregation, hey, you know the Old Testament, but you need to go back to the elementary principles because you've missed the forest for the trees. Okay? But we're in we're at a time right now where people don't know the forest or the trees. And what's come down to is lazy teaching. Lazy teaching, lazy preaching. So why do churches disregard the Old Testament? Because the pastor doesn't understand it, essentially. The pastor thinks that the New Testament is just a summary of the Old, and he can just get away with teaching the New Testament without considering the Old. And it's like, okay, it's like showing up at the pulpit. You know, if the New Testament is your shirt, your Old Testament is the pants. Showing up in the pulpit with just your shirt on. That's what preaching from strictly the New Testament is. It's showing up to the pulpit with only your with only your shirt on, not your pants. So, but this is why I highly advocate for both, preaching from the Old and the New Testament, because it gives you the complete picture. So, it comes down to mostly laziness, really, sloth, and basically what we might call cultural Marcionism, where people just ignore the Old Testament because it's difficult. They have to understand things like culture and context, and maybe pick up a commentary. Yeah. Yeah. It frustrates me. There's a very good book. What was his name now? Brent Strawn. He wrote a book called The Old Testament is Dying. And he talks about this in great detail. Where, he talks about the number of sermons in the Old Testament is just diminishing. People are not preaching from the Old Testament anymore. And what he basically says is that people think that it just isn't necessary to preach from the Old Testament anymore, because we got the New Testament. And it's just like, wait a minute. The New Testament presupposes the Old Testament. So, you get a lot of errors entering into the church because people don't understand the Old Testament that predicates the New. I get, like, for example, I get this all the time. Like, well, why did we need Christ? And I'm getting this from inside the church. Okay, this is not a conversation I'm having outside the church. This is a conversation I'm having inside the church, where people are saying to me, well, why did we need Christ? Doesn't the sacrificial system forgive sins? No, it doesn't. Okay? The sacrificial system covers up sins, but it doesn't forgive sins. But people don't know that because pastors aren't preaching the Old Testament. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Yeah, it just baffles me that, that this form of ignorance persists in the church. But it persists in the church because we aren't preaching it. We aren't teaching it. We're off on some, we're practicing what Marcion did and just not knowing it. So, yeah, picking and choosing the parts we want to preach, and that's just not good. It's not a good practice. Clypeus. Most people get their Old Testament from places like ABR. Yeah, that's pretty bad too. That's pretty bad too. So I'm just using one of the tall ones. I do use this occasionally. So okay. Scott Worthen, 134 watching now. Have there ever been so many at one time enjoying a live stream? A new record? I don't think it's a new record, but it is pretty high for us. Yeah. So, okay, let's go on to the next super chat here. And we haven't even had a single food rant today. We're almost at midnight and no food rants. No foodie section. All right, next one here is from Eddie Rodriguez for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Sijuwade's problem is bringing analytical philosophy to a spiritual reality. Yeah, that's a fair criticism. It can be approximated but never fully grasped. I agree. The best approaches I've seen tend to be metaphorical or biblical. I would tend to side with the biblical on this, but I tend to stay away from metaphorical because that gets into some weird stuff too. Okay. I'm sort of a creedal Chalcedonian as far as that goes, so I don't see Sijuwade as being an acceptable solution to this this issue. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Who wrote the book titled Biblical Archaeology next to Garstang's Story of Jericho on your shelf? I tried to find it offline but found nothing. Okay, I'll have to take a look at that. Let's see here. Bookshelf. Bookshelf. Okay, let me just take a look at this and let me see if I can take a look at that bookshelf here. That bookshelf. Just a moment for me to look this up. Development. It's a video. Video. Grab the bookshelf. Okay. Bookshelves. And let me see here. Biblical archaeology. Next to, what was the next to? It was next to Garstang's Story of Jericho. Oh, that one. Ah, that's an old one. I'd have to look that one up. Just a moment. I'll grab it. Just give me a second here. I'll grab it. And it's an old book, but I'll grab it for you. Just a second. All right. Okay. All right. This is the book in question, I believe. All right, the one in biblical archaeology. Yeah, we do need commercial break music. And it was edited by Shalom Paul and William Deaver. And it was published in 1974. So it's quite out of date. I wouldn't recommend this book, but it's one I had on my shelves. So here's the front page of it, the inner page of it. So not a book I would recommend, but it happened to be on my bookshelf. I would say that a better book on biblical archaeology is Matthew Rochel's. This one. That's a better one. If you want a good book on biblical archaeology, that's the one to get. Or you can read my fiction book. But that's just an introduction to archaeology in the sci-fi section. But the Bible and archaeology is really good. Okay, that's the one I would recommend. Yeah, to hear some people tell it, Deaver's never out of date. Yeah, he is out of date. Well, I mean, I was sitting by him, right beside Bill Deaver at a paper, and he got up, and Deaver said to the speaker, you know, I've lived long enough to see all my theories overturned. Like, what? No? It's like, okay. Yeah, I was actually sitting beside Bill Deaver at a table when he got up and said that. Amazing. Amazing admission that, that he had lived long enough to see all his theories overturned. Oh boy. So, yeah, so when people say, anything by Deaver is never out of date, that's not something Deaver himself would say. Okay, just throwing that out there. At least Bill Deaver had the personal integrity to basically go, yeah, okay, I got to go with the evidence, and I'm wrong in this case. So, yeah. So you got to respect the man for that. Okay, the next one here is from Paul for $19.99. Thank you for the super chat. He says, what do you think about the Samaritan Pentateuch textual variants versus the Masoretic text? Fragments of the Samaritan Pentateuch have been found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, so we know both were being read. Yes, I think it is I think the Samaritan Pentateuch is one of the older traditions of the Pentateuch. Now, the big three traditions of the Pentateuch are the Masoretic text, the Septuagint, and the Samaritan Pentateuch. They're not exactly the same. None of the three Pentateuchal traditions are the same. Both are found in antiquity. All three are found in antiquity. We know that the Septuagint dates as far back as the 3rd century BC. The Masoretic text, at least as far as its traditions go, is probably 2nd century, at least, if not older. And the Samaritan Pentateuch is probably even older than that. Okay? It does appear that the Masoretic text and the Samaritan Pentateuch derive from a common source, an Ur text. As I say, they're all three of those are basically textual traditions in their own right. And so I think that both here all three are important if you're doing textual criticism. So I do consult the Samaritan Pentateuch when I do my text critical work. So I think it's an important source. I don't think it's a uniquely ancient source, but I think it is very, very important if you're going to do that kind of work. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Jonathan Walker for $5. If the Battle of the Kings was in the 39th year of Hammurabi, would we know the king of Elam? I saw all the Elamite kings weren't on your chronology. Yes, and that's because we don't know their reign lengths. Okay, here's the issue with the Elamite kings. We have a vague idea of what kings ruled Elam. We don't know when they ruled Elam, or for how long, or even which king succeeded another. We've got kind of an estimate, okay? A very, very vague estimate. Now, I'm hoping now that we've, I think in the last year, have cracked the Elamite language. I'm hoping we're going to start to see some dates and some reign lengths come through finally for the Elamite kings, because that would be a huge plus. Okay? So and the problem is, around that 39th year of Hammurabi, there are 3 kings of Elam that could be Kederlamar. Okay? So 3 similar named kings at that same time. So we can't tell which one it is. But if we ever are able to establish a solid kings list for the Elamites with reign lengths, yeah, we could probably piece this together. But until we get that, it's going to be really, really difficult. It's kind of as nebulous as sort of the old Hittite kings list, where we got some idea of who the old Hittite kings were. We don't know how long they reigned or who succeeded who exactly. Darkblade, was there a king who was also king of Elam 14 years prior? We're not sure. We're not sure. Again, we don't have a good handle on the Elamite king lists. I wish we did. Look, there's 2 kings lists I really, really want to have. Okay, more solid than it is. Okay, the Elamites are one, the Mitanni are the other. If we had better kings lists for both the Mitanni and the Elamites, we could piece a lot of chronology together a lot better. But we don't, unfortunately. So we've got the data we've got. So I think this is one of those cases where if we had it, we'd be much better off, but we don't have it. So it's really hard to say. Really, really hard to say. Boy, this is one of the reasons why I love some stability in that region. You know, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. Because like in the case of Syria, Carchemish is in Syria. The excavations at Carchemish have been put to stop because of the civil war there, and the excavations are only partially done. So I would love it if they could continue excavating Carchemish and we get some good inscriptional material just to start putting together some kings lists. Okay, so all right, so Clypeus, sorry, Dr. Falk. Peace in the East is a rare thing. It is, yeah. There have been periods, though. And during those periods, you know, some good excavations have been done. So, you know, it'll happen again. It's just going to take some time, probably. So, anyway, Jonathan, I hope that sort of helped. Again, we don't know because of the uncertainty of those lists. So, anyway, that's the best we can do. Okay. Next one here is... Okay, Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why is Kip involved in the debate of the Exodus and conquest? His expertise is in Dead Sea Scrolls. Josh's field is tangentially involved as an archaeologist. They're atheists. That's why they're involved. You know, they want to trash it as much as they can. And they're bitter atheists. Bitter and talentless atheists.
And most.
Yeah. 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 You know, he talks rubbish all the time, and you know that's just what Kip does. Okay, yeah, that's their shtick. You know, I mean, Kip is a very angry man, an angry, jealous little man, and he can't move on. So, oh well, that's his loss. Yeah, it's Harry Stark, does anyone know what tangentially means? Yeah, it means that you're only skimming the edge of it. Okay? That's what it means. It's based on a mathematical term called a tangent, and you can look that one up. So oh, just for the record too, I don't pay attention to Kip and Josh anymore. They're a waste of time. They don't actually have anything actually worth engaging. I mean, all they do is just sort of moan on their channel about how Falk is always wrong, and they get some guest on, and then the guest says, "Oh, well, Falk's right here," and it's just at the end of it, they just conclude, "Well, Falk's still wrong." It's like, didn't you listen to your own guests?
They're not evident.
Yeah, they don't. They're ideologically driven, and so because they're ideologically driven, it's just like it's not worth my time to engage them. It's not even worth my time to watch them, because frankly, they don't matter. They're not active in the field. Neither of them are. Yeah, they're a waste of time.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, they're just a waste of time. And you do get these people who are just time wasters. They just, they just don't matter. They'll just burn your time to make themselves feel, engaged and important. And I don't have time for that. I would rather write books because that's something productive. Okay? Yeah. Okay, so let's move on here. To Juan. Yeah, because we're almost at midnight here. We don't have a lot left here, but we got a few. Okay, Juan asks a member question. In The Solar Nature of Yahweh by Dr. Dan Sarlo, he argues that Yahweh's original nature was as a solar deity. Thoughts on this instead of a storm god? He's neither a storm god. He's not a storm god and he's not a solar deity. The idea that Yahweh was a solar deity comes from the Hezekiah seal, where the Wadjet disk has been used as a placeholder for Yahweh. Okay, but the thing is, the Wadjet disk was a placeholder for many types of deities. Not just solar deities. It's an extension of the Keper. It's an extension of the Keper, which was just meant as a manifestation of deity. Okay, so so that's where this sort of comes from, is that idea that solar discs were used to represent Yahweh, so it must have been a solar deity. But it really, that's even fairly late in, say, the use of that iconography in Israelite culture. So I don't think Sarlo has a good foundation for this. Also, I don't think Yahweh is either a solar deity or a storm deity. So yeah, I mean, he controls nature. Yahweh controls nature, but he's not a storm deity as such. There's a passage, I believe. I think it's in Kings, but I'm not sure. Where it asks, "Is he in the thunder?" And Yahweh's not there. Is he in the fire? And he's not there. Is he in the lightning? He's not there. So it's like already, Iron Age, not much of a storm god if he's not in the storm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See if I can look up that passage too. I can find this. Uh, all right, I can't find it right now, but yeah, there's I can find this elsewhere here. Another way I can find this. Because I actually quote this passage in a novel. First Kings 19. Might be. Found. Okay. First Kings 19, 11 to 13. Yes, this is it. This is it. Okay. Now, I love this passage, especially when people talk about Yahweh being God of the gaps. Okay, I think this is an excellent passage. Okay, and because this, so the Lord says, "Go forth and stand on the mountain before the Lord." And this is the prophet. I think it's Elijah. Elijah, yeah, it's Elijah. And so Elijah said, "Go forth and stand on the mount before the Lord." And behold, the Lord was passing by, and a great and strong wind was rending the mountains and breaking in pieces the rocks before the Lord. But the Lord was not in the wind. And after the wind, an earthquake. But the Lord was not in the earthquake. And after the earthquake, a fire. But the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire, a sound of a gentle wind, gentle blowing. And it came about when Elijah heard it that he wrapped his face in his mantle, went out and stood in the entrance of the cave. And behold, a voice came to him saying, "What are you doing here, Elijah?" It's a great passage, and it shows in this sort of Iron Age context, Babylonian exile context, God's not it's not a storm deity. He's not a fire deity. He's not an earthquake deity. He's God. And I think it's an interesting thing that that Yahweh was a different kind of God, even from the get-go. So he's a whole different breed of deity, as it were, than say the gods of the ancient Near East. So I don't buy the whole he's a solar deity thing. I don't even buy he's a storm deity thing. He's bigger than that. Yes, he's a warrior. He controls the storms. He sent the wind from the east to part the waters. He can control the elements and mankind and guide the hearts of men. He can see through to the heart. He's a different class of deity than every other deity of the ancient Near East. Okay, so Juan, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. All right, next one. I want to thank Jack Ray for 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you very much. And following up on that is another gift of 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much, Jack, for your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it. Your generosity here helps the community, as well as helps us to continue doing these broadcasts. So we appreciate it. Thank you so very much for your generous support of our channel. All right. Mouthwash for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Would Moses have used LVRI script or Proto-Sinaitic? LVRI script. I'm going to have to look that one up, because that is not a term I'm familiar with. LVRI script. IVR script? Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you mean by not L, I. Just reading this. Okay. Kitev Ivri. Okay. Paleo Hebrew is what I guess what you mean here. Okay. Ivri. Okay, that's what you mean. Okay. Ivri script or Proto-Sinaitic. Okay. Okay, so now I know what you mean. Okay, so basically Paleo Hebrew or Proto-Sinaitic. There's not a huge difference between early Paleo Hebrew and Proto-Sinaitic. Either one could have been used. We don't have examples of really early Paleo Hebrew, so Proto-Sinaitic, or a kind of Proto-Sinaitic, is definitely on the table. Now, we do have alphabetic scripts now that go back as far as 2350 BC, thanks to the discovery of Umel Okay? So, we do know that there were Levantine scripts that were very old. Very old. So, much long predating Moses. So, it only then begs the question of which script did he use. Gandalf of the Base, would he have not used Egyptian? No, he probably would not have used Egyptian. For a couple reasons. Okay. Egyptian was not practical for okay, let's back up again. The community he lived in, which was, say, the community of Goshen, that includes Paramses, Avaris, the Wadi Tumalat. That area was heavily Semitic. Okay, so your typical person spoke Amoritic. Okay, in that region, the Hyksos were Amorites. The Amoritic was sort of the local tongue. Okay, so and Amoritic texts, we find some Amoritic texts in cuneiform, but they were also alphabetic too. So, there was a person I know that excavated a 13th century BC site, not in the Delta, but not at Goshen, so a little far away, and he found an alphabetic inscription there that she didn't know what it was. Okay? And I asked her to send me a photograph. Okay? I asked her to send a photograph, and she never did. She never did. But I think what she discovered was an example of alphabetic Amoritic. Okay? Just from like the 10 seconds I got to see it. Now, I can't prove that without actually having the text in hand, but she found about 2 lines of text on a monumental inscription in an alphabetic script that she could not identify. So, but the say the people of that region would have conversed in an Amoritic dialect. Now, the conversion of an of Amoritic works really well into an alphabetic system. It doesn't work so well into an Egyptian system. So, I think Moses would have probably used an alphabetic script for writing out the Amoritic, and Amoritic had probably already been converted into an alphabetic script by that point. So that then is only the question of what does that look like. So I would suggest it's probably some sort of proto-Sinaitic, or early alphabetic inscription, but the exact what it exactly looks like, we're still sort of trying to figure that out. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, and the final super chat here is from Mouthwash for $2. Thank you for the super chat. I think this is going to be the final super chat of the night here. That's going to be get into things. All right. No other non-super chats? Okay. Yeah, okay. So not much left in super chat, non-super chats anyway. Okay. All right. So let's answer this. For $2. Thank you for the super chat. For Mouthwash. Heard there's a new evidence for pre-Fourth Dynasty Sphinx. Yes, there probably is. There's in fact there was probably sphinxes on the processional causeway at Giza. Okay. We do find at Giza say the the bases of the pedestals there, although those sphinxes are long gone. They were pillaged in ancient times. Okay. But as far as there being a pre-Fourth Dynasty Sphinx, yeah, there might be an example of that. I haven't seen the evidence for that myself. We do know that there were some Sphinxes in the Fourth Dynasty. Pre-Fourth, I'd have to look that one up. Okay, but I haven't seen the evidence for that yet. Okay, final super chat here from Jack Ray saying final. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate your support of the channel. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I think we covered all the non-super chats that are interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there is that claim, Mouthwash. Yeah, no, the claim is that the main Sphinx itself. Oh, the main Sphinx. Oh, no, it doesn't predate that. No, that's hogwash. Okay, that one I'm just gonna say that one right now. The whole idea that the main Sphinx predates the Fourth Dynasty, I think is baloney. Okay. Yeah, I think that's complete baloney. And every time I see some guy saying they got evidence that the Sphinx predates the Fourth Dynasty, I just go, yeah, no, I don't think so. The fact is, we know who was carved on the Sphinx. It was, it was Khafre. It's part of that whole temple, his temple complex there. Yeah, it's just, yeah, hogwash, complete hogwash. So, yeah, yeah. If you're saying the main Sphinx, I mean, I can understand if there's a minor Sphinx somewhere that's pre Fourth Dynasty. I could probably accept that. But the main Sphinx itself, the contextual data there is so overwhelming. It just, I've sort of closed my mind to the possibility that it predates the Fourth Dynasty, because the justification for that is usually so bad, so unconvincing. And the fact is, we do have that that carving there, that, like the beard and all that from the original Sphinx, that is just it's almost as crazy as the tunnels underneath the pyramid stuff. Oh, we got new evidence for this. No, we don't. No, it's just more unconvincing hogwash. Yeah. Sorry. Um, Clybius, Sphinx was transformed to stone by Medusa. It's on that level. It's getting. I mean, we're really getting on that level of silliness, and that's. Yeah, I just. Mouthwash says, I saw a video by ancient architects. He's usually sane, but now claims this. Yeah, I think this goes into Crazyville. Yeah. Yeah, this is Crazyville stuff. And I don't have much patience for this Crazyville stuff. But this is what happens when non-experts start doing this sort of thing. It's just like they grab onto a theory that sounds good, but boy oh boy. Yeah, pretty awful. Pretty awful stuff. Okay, I'm going to take one non-super chat, and then we're going to call it a night, I think. I think we got through the non-super chats here. Okay. Okay, we'll make this short because we're after 20 minutes after midnight here, so we're just gonna. I'll take this one. This will be our final question for the night here, and it's a non-super chat. Gandalf the base tier. Okay. And this will be the last question of the night. He goes, I always heard that we really haven't scratched the surface of ancient Egypt via archaeology. Do you think that's because of the Egyptian government? It's several factors. Okay, it's several factors. The government is one thing, because, the Egyptian government wants to reserve the good sites for Egyptian nationals. Okay? The other is funding. Okay? Egyptian archaeology is expensive. Archaeology anywhere is expensive, but Egyptian archaeology is expensive. Okay? So the Egyptian government wants, first of all, they want to get the good sites, be able to sort the good sites from the rubbish sites. The rubbish sites, they don't mind giving that to a foreigner. All right? If they got the money to excavate. But the good sites, they want to make sure they reserve that for an Egyptian national to excavate, to discover. Okay? So they have to, what they're going to do is they're going to get a proposal, an application for a license, and then the Egyptian government is going to go, well, do they have the money? Is it a good site? If they don't have the money, it's a no. If it's a good site, it's also a no, because they're going to want that assessment to give it to somebody that within their local group of influence. Okay. Jack Ray says, that sounds like a book I've read recently. And maybe that was based on a true story. Okay. That was based on a true story. Not my story, but I happen to know to know where that came from. Okay. So so yeah, that happens in Egypt. That does happen in Egypt. Okay. So yes. In fact, I'm gonna mention it again on Wednesday, May 14th. So it's a Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific time. We're gonna do a special live stream where we take all your questions regarding the book. Okay. And it's only that live stream's only going to be about the book. So no ancient Near Eastern questions. It's on the book. And unless, of course, it's related to the book. If it's something ancient Near East related to the book, yeah, we'll take it. But we're going to talk about the book. And if you have a question about anything in the book, whether or not it's based on fact or fiction, we will reveal it then. Okay? But that idea of someone taking a good site and giving it to one of their friends is based on a true story. And I'll talk about that story then. Okay? But generally, the Egyptian government will decide whether or not to give you a concession based upon your funding, if you're affiliated with an institution, and is the site good or not. If it's a garbage site, yeah, they don't mind you digging there if you pay the right fees. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that answers your question on archaeology in Egypt. And it is to some extent gatekeeping by the Egyptian government. Now, I do recognize that they do need to do some gatekeeping, okay? And I do recognize that they do need to give their nationals opportunities to dig at good sites, okay? But they've tend to taken other people's work and given it to their relatives and friends. And I think that's a problem. That's a systemic corruption problem in Egypt. Okay? So anyway,
We do it as
well, it's very systemic in Egypt, though. Very systemic. Okay, so that's going to be the final question of the night. I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. Thank you especially to the super chatters who help, keep food on our table and keep these live streams going. You guys really make the difference. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube subscribers. You guys pay for the equipment that breaks, which it does quite frequently. And really, really appreciate your guys supporting us through your Patreon and YouTube memberships, because, yeah, that sort of bridges the gap between what we can afford and the equipment we need to keep these streams going. So we do really appreciate that, and thank you so very much for your steadfast and faithful support. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who view our channel, who watch our videos, and who hit that like and subscribe button, and share our social media URLs with other platforms. You guys get the message out. And with that said, thank you very much for watching. Glad you could join us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.